pinxel here from London.
Hello. Welcome in to Everything is Going Fucking Wrong Already. Isn't that great? Bro, 5 minutes. It's been 5 minutes, and everything is already wrong and broken, and I'm already in a fucking mood. How is everyone else, though? Hopefully you're good. Yellow. Beating with their ass with ping. No, you didn't break my PC. I'm still convinced you've never played Elden Ring before, though. I still think that you're lying about having played Elden Ring, though. Just throwing that out there. It smells like dog pee. But the mat is not... Well, I'm pissed I wasn't first. Mention got 0 response to the reindeer joke. Well, you got first in GG's where you claim that's the only place you matter. Oh, it's the only place you're loved? Oh, well, you should probably go hang out there then, since that's the only place you're loved, obviously. I did beat... You did beat Mesmer. You beat the last couple hits on Mesmer. It's true. Okay, because someone got to the wrong side of the shower. No, actually, I didn't take a shower. And I'll tell you why I didn't take a shower. Because my mother and I are too poor that I can't even take a shower. I had to wash my hair in the fucking sink. So, no. I didn't get out of the wrong side of the shower. I would love to take a shower.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
So, not only did Discord decide to fuck off for you, Mix It Up decided to fuck off for me. And froze completely, so I had to restart it and then
That's
get
fun.
water.
Yeah, everything is just going wrong already.
It's fine. We're doing. So how do I get into whatever dialogue that I'm supposedly in? Because I'm not.
Click on you.
I am clicking on me.
No, you're not. You're clicked on Karlach. You're clicked on me.
No. I'm on me.
What happens if you click that little text that's right next to you?
Nothing.
Click on Will again. You're in a conversation. That's why I can't do anything with it either. Like, I can listen to your conversation.
I'm not, though. I can't click on anything. I can group with Karlach.
Gods, I spent 7 years choked
And
by
I can,
Mazora's
like,
leash.
I can't do
And I
anything.
spent 7 years hoping to break free. I never knew freedom could taste so bittersweet.
I don't know what to do.
Try leaving the game for a minute.
Okay. I just...
Okay. Okay, I'm in your conversation. You just had to double click on yourself.
I did double click on myself.
All I'm saying is, all I did was double click and I'm in your conversation now. All right.
Okay, well...
no, it's not you. It's not you. I just... Like, I don't know what else to do. Like... Do we care about Will? Can I
And I
just like
can-
fuck off this conversation?
You can just leave the conversation. I don't know what the conversation is. I because I wasn't in a conversation when we left, so I don't know. I don't know why it put me into one.
I think it's auto pulling you into one because the last thing we did was break Will's contract. So it's pulling you into a conversation automatically.
Yeah, like a cutscene conversation, but it's
Yeah.
not actually pulling me in is the problem.
Yeah. Okay, I'm in. You're in a conversation, so when you join, just double click on your character and see if it just pulls you in.
I will give it another try.
Hi, Day.
Hello, hello. Oh, game. You don't need to look at my stupid face. Would you like to show the game? OBS? Oh my god. Can something fucking work? Okay. Everything's fine. Everything's great. I don't know what to do.
So, double click on Karlach really quick.
Okay.
Okay, now double click on you again.
Oh, and now both I and Will have disappeared.
I don't I don't understand. So the game just breaks if you're in a conversation. I've literally quick saved my game in the middle of conversations before, so
I don't know. I don't know what to do. Can we reload the save? Will it?
that's what I just did.
Everything is so laggy today. Jesus Christ. Eternal Strands. Oh, I heard a voice. Now I'm in dialogue. Okay. I'm in it
Gods,
now.
I spent 7 years
Goodness.
choked by Mazura's leash.
Yeah, we went out a little bit,
And I
horseman.
spent 7 years hoping to break free. I never knew freedom could taste so bitter.
Right. It's
I
better
have to
this way.
believe that.
Sure.
I'm not the hell's puppet in life, nor its warrior in death. The blade will be guiding his own hand. But freedom will be paid in my father's blood. Tomorrow, I celebrate my gain. Today,
I still don't see why
I mourn my loss.
he needed a contract
moment
to save his
passes.
father's life.
In the
He
stillness,
didn't. He was
you
a
find a
idiot
moat of
young kid who wanted
tranquility.
to be strong and brave and all
Raven
that.
God
So in
name
order to
now
impress
lives
his father, he
solely
took a
with me.
contract to become the Blade of
I will
Frontiers
make it
because he's a
count for
dumb little
something.
bitch.
Oh, well, I know that from like his past. I just don't see why we needed to do that for today. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. He's not dead yet. We could save him. Like,
I signed his life away before the hell's witnesses.
hi, Andy.
It would be easier to drink the sticks down to the last drop than to alter his fate.
You didn't,
I'd be a
but
fool
we
to wish
didn't sign his
otherwise.
life away. All we did was say that we weren't getting the devils to explicitly save him. Like, we didn't say that they are going to kill him. I don't know. It's fine.
We obtain the final 2 nether stones and take back our minds.
It's fine.
And the city from the brain.
I want to talk about
Only.
something else. I don't want to talk about any of those things. Goodbye. Okie dokie.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Karlach has words. What are you still doing here? Get out of here,
Oh, she stays here now.
ma'am. Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Yeah. That's why our Act 3 camp is so fucking huge, because everyone in the fucking world just decides to just hang out here like it's free room and board.
Hi, Goob.
Hi,
We're
Goob.
We're just a cool place to hang out. This is where all the fun people are. Exactly what you want to... Okay, yes. What do you want to do? I'm not sure my orifices are ready. Good God, man. Cliff diving? What do you want? So crazy. Goop, how you been? Oh. Okay. I'll go on a date with you. That sounds adorable. Yes. Can we go? Excuse me. I'd love to. Thank you.
Karlach is having a private moment. Oh, okay. Fuck me.
Oh, you can listen?
Nope.
Why?
It's
I didn't realize it was private.
Yes! Oh, amazing. Put on your least bloody
Let's
tunic.
go.
Give me a beat to run ahead. I want to make sure everything's absolutely perfect. See you there.
Trying to keep you out. I didn't realize it was selected as private.
Hi. Hi.
Oh my
You
god.
made it. You look nice.
Thank you. Oh my god. That's such a bitch thing to say.
Thank you.
I feel like you could have made more of an effort.
Baldurian seafood stew. No, thank you. What do you think you'll
amazing.
have?
Seafood. Well, we can't both get the seafood stew because then we can't share. So we're gonna go with the ribs. That
She
way we
doesn't
can
want
have
the
some of
seafood
the
stew,
stew.
though.
Oh, did she say it sounded
No,
good?
she said
oh,
no,
never
thank
mind.
you.
Okay. It's fine. Rib sounds
Two
good
of the
anyway.
rosé ribs, please.
Both
And
of
two
us.
glasses of...
Hi, driver.
Hi, driver.
Wine.
And 2 glasses of wine.
Driver, I'm on a
So,
date.
You're an adventurer, right? How's that going?
Bish bash bosh. More difficult, but yeah, sure.
Bad-ish. Not trying to one-up the local villains, of course, but man, have I seen some shit. But hang on. This is
How's
a
the date
first
going? It
talk.
just started.
Tonight, I'm a mystery to you, and you're a mystery to me.
Uh, let's see. Yeah, let's pretend. It'll be fun.
Exactly.
Thanks, Goob.
Anything you'd
Yeah,
like to
Oni,
know
it's
about
funny when you
your
watch 2 streams.
enigmatic new paramour?
Stream steak. I love stream steak. Tell me a secret.
Oh, that's easy. During year 2 of my fabulous adventure in celibacy in Avernus, I once got so, pent up, I burnt down my field tent. Blamed it on an imp who never told a soul the truth. Beat that.
Happens to the best of us. I don't think I can.
We'll have to make some new secrets between us then.
Gah.
Hey, here comes our food.
She's so hot. Literally, she burned down a tent. Yo. Why is this guy being a dick? No tip for you.
Hey, Hank. I think we ordered the
bleeder.
worst guy I ever met. Anyway, how about a toast? Oh, shit!
Oops. We can use mine.
May we live every day like it's our last.
And now give her half of your wine. I know, all of those...
Because you never know when your last will come. Oh, that was great. The food and the company.
That was so cute. What now?
Hi, Huey.
You know what I want to do. I know I can't stay forever here with you. In fact, I feel like I don't have long left at all. We've been through so much, and the worst is yet to come. I have every reason to feel terrified, hopeless, like giving up. But to be here with you in the city I love, in this world that I love so much.
This is so fucking cute.
It's all I could really ask for. You hear me? You're all I could ever ask for. I love you. And I know that whatever else this city will throw at us, we can handle it.
This is so fucking adorable. I'm gonna die. Let's get out of here. I need you. Oh my god. Okay, calm down. This is cute. We're being adorable. Let it be adorable. Yes, we can. No, I love you
Come
too.
on.
We're saying it.
There's something I want to show you upstairs.
Yeah, there is. It's spicy. It can be listen. It can be spicy after it's cute, okay? After you.
Hope you like it.
Oh, I'm gonna like it. Ah! Hope you like it. It's my tits. Oh my god, duh! Girl!
That was a vagina on my screen, by the way.
I'm sorry! Okay, ladies, oh my god, duh! I'm freaking the fuck out right now!
Oh, hey, thanks for the achievement.
Yep, gotcha!
That was a straight up fingering on Twitch, TOS.
Ah!
She has long fingernails too, just so you know.
Oh my god, ouch!
You can rewind, YT. You're a sub.
If you want. Hello! Hey, girl! No. Okay. I'm fucking dying right now, bro. Hey.
Hey.
I didn't know that's what we were getting into with that conversation.
Yup. It is way more graphic, and you're concerned that I have a piece of art.
Okay. I didn't know it was gonna be graphic. What are we doing? Congrats on getting laid. Oh my god.
Well, why don't you take 3 minutes? If that's all you need to rub one out, go ahead.
Oh my god. 3 whole minutes. Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm looking through the journal to see what we're doing. Are you good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a day.
I understand. Let me know if you need to not.
My camera's off because I'm not.
I understand, but let me know if you need to not.
Okay. It will, but you know, we can see who clips things.
And I can also delete the clips.
Also true. But he can also clip it from my side.
That's true.
With no camera in the way.
That's fair. And just the audio of my absolute freak out. Should we just go wander back in Baldy? Because I think we were basically just exploring the city still, right?
So we went
hadn't
to
really-
Loroakan, and I
Right.
think you told him that you don't know anything? Is that what you told him?
Uh-huh. I
Okay.
think so.
Is that where you want to leave that?
Not fair. I'm trying to I'm sorry, I'm trying to find. There. Playing the night song was dead. That's what I did. I lied and said... Okay, so we need to talk to her then. Be like, hey girl, just so you know.
Come to bask in the glow of the moon maiden's
I've already
sword?
basked in a glow
Be
tonight,
most
just saying.
welcome. A mercenary, you say? Then I must find out who has set a price upon my head and take theirs in kind. I will sleep with both eyes open this night.
Okay. Okay, she knows now. We should tell her. I did. Or no, that was a different person. Do I need to talk to her again?
No, that should be it.
Come to bask in the glow of the moon maiden's sword?
Your eyes are
Be
doing that
most
thing
welcome.
again? Where you're tired?
Hi, Nikki.
Yeah, so I guess we'll just leave it there because he thinks that she's dead.
Okay.
So I'm good with that. That's right, we left off in the vault. Grace, thank you so much. 42 months, that's so many. Back we go. You never get tired? What's that like?
Yeah,
Oh, we still need to
okay.
sleep. We haven't actually slept yet.
Let's see.
That's right, because we were like, there's gonna be more cutscenes that are gonna happen if we sleep. 8 days. What a liar.
You made it too easy, mate. Wish there were another way. But I need the cash Leroican's offering for your little friend Nightsong.
Do you remember this fucker?
He's the one that we talked to. Yeah.
When?
Well, I talked to him in Baldur's Gate, and I was like, hey,
So
we
that's,
found her.
That's the first time you've seen this man?
I know that I talked to him before, but I don't remember where it was because it's been so long.
Okay.
I know very specifically that we talked to him last week.
Right. We talked to him the very, 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 very first time we played this game. He's the little dipshit who brought the attack to the Grove.
Dick. We should murder him.
We probably can. Oh, it's me. Why is it me? Okay.
Nah. I think
Does he
I'm
have
just
abs?
on time.
Probably.
Lads,
We could cut him off of him.
clear this place out and take whatever you can carry.
Okay.
After the lot of them are cold, leave the night song to me.
Yeah, this is gonna go well for you.
That's cute. All right.
How adorable. Do you want to do... Oh, it's just me first. Okay.
Yeah,
can
don't get close, though, because I'm going to hit this whole
Yeah.
area. Yeah.
Yeah. I figured you were probably going to want to do an area of effect. I'll just
Yeah.
do a fire arrow.
His face is ugly. Okay.
And then I'm going to mock him because I hate him. He only has 28 hit points, bro. You've made a mistake.
Get charmed.
Bitch. Batch.
Bitch.
Batch.
Oh, that's fine. Just get more in the way. That's totally fine with me. Thanks. Thanks. We're standing all together.
Amazing. Clumping
Thanks
is the
for
best
standing in a
strategy
big
D&D.
giant group of people.
Yeah.
The dance macabre.
Oh wait, hold on. I have
Perfect.
more. Hold on. Thanks for staying in a big group of people.
Beautiful.
Oh,
Amazing.
no, we can't see how this happened.
Oh no. Oh, this horse. Rude. Get
His name
charmed.
is Bear Claw.
Like in New Girl? Ow. Okay. Devilish Cora.
Haha.
Haha.
You kind of suck.
First week. Then we murder. Glorious. Just get there in case that person tries to move. No, fighty. Says if you haven't already, stop ruining your follow age by unfollowing and refollowing. Or don't. I don't know your life. Hee hee. She fell down. Moonbeam. Oh shit. She's not fucking around, bro. Follow age.
You can't do someone else's followage.
Moles. Hello. What is this? What is this username?
Let's spill some blood.
Still on my feet.
Okay, here. Let me turn off the follow restriction so you can follow, and then I'll turn it back on. After I murder this person. After I murder Prayer Boy.
Our camp has been besieged by bridelings, and Dame Aelin is the prize that seduced them. I found a note on one of the foes. It read of the wizard Leroican and his designs upon my capture. To Ramazith's tower they were meant to take me.
To Ramazith.
Won't Leroican be surprised when Dame Aelin trounces him in his own citadel?
Yeah, she literally flew in the fight
Let
we
us
just
hide to his chambers,
did.
his lair when morning breaks. We will see him undone, in the style of the dead, unburied Ketheric Thorn.
Yeah, I think that that's like a Twitch thing because they don't want bots anymore. It's their stupid way of getting rid of bots.
Okay, Moles, try now. Sorry, I just... You're one of the good bots. I just turned that off, so give it another try. Okay. It worked. Great. I'm turning it back on. To help guard against follow botting. Is this going to be the account that you use? Because I'm going to read mod you then. Okie. Oh, I got really hurt. That's fun. I got distracted. Well, that man made a mistake coming here. Well, if it doesn't, then we've got this one. Hello? Okay. The game is super
Just a new
laggy.
character. Yeah. Yeah, I just made him. Thought it'd be fun to play.
Like a pleb? Oh yeah, you had like so many. Everyone has been looted.
You didn't recognize him with his clothes on? Listen,
Oh.
I just want to make a couple things clear, okay? I've never made anyone eat poop in my cult. Apparently everyone just wants to keep saying that shit. And I've never had Astarion walk around butt naked in Baldur's Gate. That also is not true. Yes, there's a naked statue, but I've never physically made this man naked. No one eats poop. Astarion's not naked, okay? I'm putting my foot down.
Okay. Are we good to sleep now?
I'm leveling. Are you not leveling?
Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I'm an asshole. An award points command. You can't for channel points. You can only give points for like the fun,
Yeah, you can't give. Yeah,
bot points.
You can't do channel points. Nobody can give channel points.
Oh yes, I love reliable talent. I love being a rogue. Rogue is so good.
I'll do that one. I'll do that one.
Roll for channel points. Please, sir, can I have some points? I don't want to change the heart. Relentless rage. Yes. So hard to kill me. Spare some points, governor. Governor. This level at least is easy. It's just not too much that you actually have to make choices on.
Well, hello.
Can the prediction award points? It can, but it only awards points by other people sacrificing their points, basically.
And you're not going to get even remotely close to the amount of points that you would get back unless you're gambling that many points.
Right. Oh, shit, that's not what I wanted to do.
This way.
This. I need this. I don't need any of these things.
Just how many points are we talking about? More than I would ask my community to contribute.
Yeah, no. We're talking. Moles has been following me for like 4 years, so we're talking 4 years worth of points. And for a while, Moles was like here all for every stream, the entire stream. So we're talking many. He wasn't quite to the 1,000,000 point redeem that I've got going on, but. Yes, Moles, how terrible. You'd have to actually be in my stream. This one does. Get all this shit. Looting. Wow, rude, YT? Are you abandoning me? I just took something? Okay, well, now I'm resistant to fire. Amazing. Didn't mean to do that. Okie dokie. So strong! You cleaning up the bodies?
Yeah. What am I thinking or I'm just cleaning up the bodies so they're not in the place where we have to sleep.
Yeah, it's gross.
Really not anything devious or anything.
You don't need bodies in your sleeping space. That's just crazy. Sleep between the bodies. Bodies can be cozy only while they're still warm.
I was gonna say they're not warm, so.
I mean, they'll cool off pretty quickly. They'll be normal body temperature for a few hours, but then they're gonna get stiff because of rigor mortis, and that's just not comfortable.
I just had Gigi has no intention of helping me clean up the mess either.
I don't know how. How do you pick up bodies? I don't know how to do that.
Pick up. Pick up.
Can't pick up too heavy. I'm weak.
Karlach could do it.
Here,
Just don't go over
yeet.
to the body pile. It's fine.
Every camp needs a body pile.
Just when we
I'm just
invite
gonna-
people over, just make sure they don't go over there. Okay?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me throw some water around so that we can not have all these blood splatters everywhere. This is what water's for, right? It's for blood cleaning?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here, I'll take this. That's gross.
Alright,
Bro.
Cleaned up.
Water. Cute. Where's the body pile? I did pick up a body.
On the pier.
Okay. That's where all good body piles are.
Shh, don't look at it.
Gross. Items? How do I...
You just drop it out of your inventory.
Okay. Drop. Goodbye! This person was just a bloody mess.
I've got a long
We're taking
road
him to a
ahead.
pig farm? That's actually the best place for bodies. Cozy bodysuits? You're so right. We're so crafty. Do I have any more water to throw? Oh, you got it. Okay. I mean, we are going to sleep, so I guess using the spell ain't too bad. Well, Moles, you know if you have a subscription, you get points faster. I'm just fucking with you. And dry. Wow.
And dry.
So cozy.
Don't want us to get a cold.
No, that would be bad. We don't want a case of the sniffles.
No, you can't be fighting with the sniffles.
No.
I mean, invalid target. It's the ground.
Can't slow down.
Beautiful. Yes.
Now we can finally sleep without being interrupted anymore.
Mm-hmm. We'll never be interrupted again. Kitty. Correct. Beautiful. Anybody need to talk? I don't think so, but I'll just double check to make sure.
It's not really that cute, TBH.
Alright. No conversations. Lovely. Red E.
Red E.
Red E, not a blue E.
What?
To continue along.
Continue. Yeah, I guess so.
I suppose.
I guess. I think I'm gonna do this one.
Leeb.
Instead.
This game is making everything super laggy today.
It's weird that you have such issues with it.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's my computer.
I was gonna ask how old your PC is, but I mean, it really shouldn't be a problem. Ray played it on his laptop,
Right.
so
I get 2021. Okay, wait, T, thanks for the lurk. I'll never forget you.
I might. I can't guarantee.
Object permanence is a thing.
Yeah, I can't make any promises. I might. It's entirely possible.
So fair. Okay. We basically looted the fuck out of this place. Frog! There's a giant frog in here! Crazy. It's crazy.
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 Who's that bald capybara?
Burger burger.
Burger burger.
Herga barga.
Can I suit yourself?
Cat is immune to cold damage. Cat disappeared. Interesting.
Oh fuck.
Not like that's
Okay.
your ghost. Sorry.
Why is it lagging?
Towards the door. Need more business than this to keep the place afloat. Maybe if you didn't eat enough for 3, Valen, you glutton.
Sorry. Get it?
Stop screaming, Tiny Tim. Sure, why not? You wanna train your buddy? You're much better at that than the other kid was. Fist refused to investigate sewer stench reports again. So stinky. Okie dokie. You said something last time about an armor that you think I would like.
Yeah, we're not there yet.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll be a vendor, and she'll be a dragonborn, and her name will be like XYXXXYX. Does Baldur's Mouth have an OnlyFans? Oh my god. Okay. Okay, why is it not?
I do. I forget
Not
every
in stock
face.
is why the customers came.
You don't remember her either?
Soon enough without it.
Oh my god.
Too bad my worthless fella couldn't get.
Well,
more
you almost
than
killed her
something right in
husband.
his life.
Oh, okay. That's right.
That rings a bell? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sure.
Like so high and mighty. Oh my gosh.
A murderer hacking people to bits, and big metal freaks stomping hither, thither, and yon.
Hither,
Couldn't be
hither,
more
and yon.
delighted. He's wrecking my head as always. Makes himself useful with a broom from time to time at least.
Just like a man. What you got?
Go on then.
What you got? Oh, I could buy 5 potions of supreme healing.
Why? Why so
I'll give it a shot.
Why?
See, this is what I mean when Arhan was talking about, like, oh, I can't steal from people. They always figure it out. They always figure it out. And I'm like, bro, you're doing something wrong because I just stole everything in this room upstairs and he didn't walk upstairs and be like, you stole my shit. Like, you're doing something wrong.
Right?
I think he was just trying to pickpocket everybody and he kept getting caught.
Or get to the point.
There's always
Don't
the
follow
secret
the
option
specimen.
for... Whoa, where are you guys running? Wait, I didn't know they ran. Oh, they ran to catch up with him. That's so funny.
I'm gonna read these books. I'm gonna read this book. Look at that kitty. Huh?
It's a fucking 10. Are you serious? Thank you.
You got it. You got it. You got it. You're so smart.
It's a feline dialect.
You're a
called
wizard.
Maya. It wants to know if you're its mother.
Yes. It is me, my son.
Can't give up.
What a baby!
It
That's
is
so
me,
cute.
my son.
Oh my god.
And that is why you should always have speak with animals on every character.
Oh my gosh. Beautiful. You ran so far.
Ran so far away. Okay, we can't go over here yet. This is very, very, very important.
Over where?
Here. We can't go here.
I don't know where you are.
I know, but look at the mini-map.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the Astarian quest.
Okay. And we don't want to go there yet?
Well, I just don't want you to walk over there, and I'm not over there.
Gotcha. Understandable.
So while you're exploring, just stay away from the big gate with lots of red leaves on it.
Okay. I can do that.
I'm just exploring.
Yeah. Me too.
Oh, yeah. I found something in here that I don't think other people have found. Because I did this one time with Bubbles. Bubbles was like, what the fuck? Where is it? Where is it? Is it in here? Isn't there?
For science? No. Pink's gotta do it.
Yeah, she's doing literally everything else, but there's just like one quest that I have to do. There's just an Astarian quest.
She's gotta make sure that her boyfriend loves her.
My boyfriend's gotta love me.
It's okay. I accept it.
Okay,
Hello,
maybe
can I
I'm
talk
not
to you?
remembering. I thought there was a...
Sorry, mate.
Great,
Trying to have a
okay, that's fine.
conflab here. No offense.
Sorry. I was intrigued by a man named Big Mouth.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I just... Maybe I'm misremembering. There's no way. It's gotta be here. Is it further up?
I understand. I will do
this?
what I can.
Murder target? Wait, who am I murdering? Hold on.
Whom?
I have a murder target?
You don't have a murder target. We have a list of murder targets. Remember.
I'm looking through the journal.
We found a list when we found a dead body.
That's right.
So
Murder.
we know who's on the list. So this is a murder target. So maybe we tell them?
Yep. I'm just trying to find the quest that it goes with.
So it'll be in Baldur's Gate. And it should be... We didn't finish it. What do you mean? Oh, investigate the murders. It's under main quest for under Git Orin's Netherstone.
Ah, thank you.
I was like, there's no way. Like, there's no way we screwed this up. This is a long fucking quest. I was like, no way.
There's plenty of ways.
Well, I mean, there's plenty of ways, but we are so early into a very long quest. I was like, there's no way.
Right. Okay.
Like, all we've done is find the one body in the list. We can't have fucked it up.
There's some rather lovely vintages out today. I'd get in quick if I were you.
What? On tour.
Glorious summer's day, is it not? Perfect, in my opinion, for a light, refreshing tipple.
A what?
Tipple. A little tipple. Rig.
I'm rather enjoying the white. Maybe you should give it a try.
I could tell you're enjoying it, sir. Cora, she's the one.
Why, hello there. We were just about to try some of Master Metzley's delightful wines. Would you care to join us?
Why's that girl in the back look
Delightful
fucked?
wines.
Do look ever so tasty.
Huh?
The girl in the back looks
Ah,
fucked.
Mrs. Highbury, I prefer
No, not
to
drunk,
conduct
like,
tastings
she looks like she got
individually, so
beat
I
up.
may assess your
Yeah.
palate.
Call
me see
me
when it
Cora,
goes back.
Master Metzley. And I'm afraid I must insist on their joining us. Wine's no good without company, after all.
It's true.
Oh.
Oh,
We failed.
what roll?
Medicine failure.
How am I not getting any of these notifications? What is going on?
Didn't
Fine.
say in the top corner for you?
Nope. Huh. It gave me the dice rolling sound, but didn't give me the result.
Yeah, no, it was a medicine failure.
Turns out your life is in
No.
danger.
I must say, if this is a practical joke, it's not very amusing.
Why, a serial killer? Oh, that's terrible.
I don't even eat cereal.
Master Metzley, are you quite all right?
Uh-oh, have they been poissoned?
Perfect. You have sullied it with knowledge, made it an unclean sacrifice. I will remember your face, and I will peel it from your skull, should you interfere again.
That feels excessive. Okay. I suppose we're currently fighting.
Yeah. We fighting. Thems be fighting, Woids.
And I'll just mock this.
You serial killer! I can't believe you would eat cereal and kill it
These boots have seen everything.
With eating.
with your eating. Oh, I can't do any of my AoEs, they're too big.
Just gonna. Fruity Pebbles.
I like Fruity Pebbles.
They've gotten.
They're fruity and cocoa, by the way. They do both.
I'm twisting. I'm trying to. Ow. Okay. That's fair. I made a mistake. That's fine.
Now everyone's gonna think we're murderers. That's why Fruity Pebbles you have to eat in little bowls, little baby bowls.
Do. What's left over here? Oh, literally right in front of my face. Oh, no longer literally right in front of my face.
Sorry.
You're good.
Going to his next victim, no doubt.
Cocoa Puffs weren't that chocolatey. I never did the like sugary cereals.
Lovely day for it.
In my opinion,
Sugar.
you're watching every Baldurian home.
Sugar.
Why?
What do you
glad you
consider an
asked.
abomination
It'd certainly
flavor?
help with the dishes.
We're talking like.
Okay. After the joke.
Also, could we
Both
have a conversation about the
cocoa?
fact that my closet is just still chilling in that vault? In the genie's lamp?
It's gonna be there forever. Oh my gosh. Well,
I'm
both
just
of
gonna
our
leave
quotes
him here. I'm never gonna. I can dismiss him. I'm just not going to. I'm just gonna
No,
leave him
he
here.
needs. He needs to live the rest of eternity in.
He's
the
just
G's
on
lamp.
vacation. It's fine. He can't interact with literally anything.
He can just like hang.
He
you
can't
know?
sit. He can't lay down. He just has to stand. He can't interact with anything.
The meme flavors of Pop Tarts? What do you mean? What do you meme? That was stupid.
Like matcha.
All right.
Try it.
What now?
Matcha cereal?
Moving
I don't like.
I know.
I stopped myself from saying it.
God's damned hypocrites!
What? What? For why am I getting yelled at?
All pomp and empty oaths. The Sword Coast's most dashing fraud. You are either a fool for trusting him or a wretch for conspiring with him.
Okay.
Doesn't matter which. Lady Mizora told me everything. How Will slaughtered his own
That
father.
is not what
how
happened.
He craves his power. How he means to make the city bow to him and him alone. This city holds no place for you.
Oh, that's
or
not
for
true at all.
Ravengard's treacherous spawn.
He could still be alive, and we intend to save him. Or
Yeah.
I guess this history was probably important. Probably not.
Well,
detect
I've
thoughts.
got better everything than persuasion, so.
Sure.
You remember the stories of Elturel's fall. The city was dragged into the hells at Zariel's behest, and Ravengard along with it.
The Blade of Frontiers, hero of the Sword Coast, and his own father's killer. I can barely believe it.
Your boyfriend is very shiny in his armor.
Yeah, it's because I'm gonna give you the other armor, so I had to pick something up. Fuck you.
Oh, reroll for sure.
Oh, I'm not doing it twice, so. That sucks. She's not gonna believe me.
Did you?
No, I'm not doing it. It's just a side. It's just Will's
Your
shit.
fate
I'm not
is
using
set.
inspirational.
You will pay the price
Okay.
of Alder Ravengard's death.
Oh,
we're
okay.
fighting.
I didn't know
Okay.
this was okay. I didn't know this was the response to this. To be fair, I didn't know this was what was gonna happen.
That's okay. It's okay. We're
To
just
be
gonna
fair,
fight.
I did not know she was gonna be a dumb bitch. Okay.
No. We good. We Gucci. I'm gonna mock her. Tell her that she's a stupid bitch. Shall I compare thee to a solo fart?
How many times have you played this? I've never done this, to be honest. I've never done this
Listen.
part. Yeah.
To be fair, like, there's so many things that have happened in this playthrough where Pink has been like, I've never done this. Most
never
of the
done
time
this
it's because
before.
I've done stupid something. I'm not saying you did something stupid,
No,
but
no,
most
I
of the time
know.
it's because I've done something
But
stupid.
you're not wrong. There have been plenty of times where I've been like, I didn't fucking know that this was gonna, that this is what would happen if you don't do X, Y, or Z.
Wow, how did I miss?
Like,
both
I've
shots?
always saved Will's dad. Even
Oh.
though I don't care about Will, I've always saved his dad. Or I've done something else. But, yeah. This is a failed speech check, so this definitely sucks. But yeah, it's just Will's side quest I'm not using. Oh, we're gonna need our inspiration.
Sure, that's very fair. Shoot him! Nice. I'm gonna mock her. Okay, well, you can save all you want. Oh, there's a. Oops. Get charmed, elemental. Just gonna stab him. And boop boop.
Oh.
Survival is all
That
that
cancels
matters.
my end turn, sure.
Had to deal with something? No worries, welcome back. Hope everything's good.
Oh, you're using my own move against me, eh?
You can't take a potion.
Wow.
I just got
That's
fucked.
crazy.
I just got straight fucked. All right.
To the death.
Okay, well that's all I got. What can I do?
What now?
No, I'm not a berserker, but I can take a potion. I'm gonna take one of these.
What path lies before me?
Ow! Oh, you.
She can't go anywhere. She's in Spirit Guardian.
It just reduces your movement. Okay, well, at least that guy's dead.
She walked out of Spirit Guardians? There's no way. I didn't think you could walk out of Spirit Guardians.
Yeah, it just reduces your movement.
No, without getting a hit.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Because I walked into her and hit her, then that ended my turn, and she walked out of it, and it should have hit her. Huh.
Very well.
Guess I can tag her again. I can walk anywhere? Nah.
Leg. There she is. Wow, okay. that was rude. We're just pushing
It's
people.
kind of annoying for being just like a fucking sorcerer or whatever.
I mean, I'm about to... I'll be fine. Okay, let's...
What do I think of Lord Gortash's still watch? Well, I am so glad you asked, Edvard.
Let me help myself up.
The elementals? Yeah. Kind of funny, huh?
They're very swoopy. Okay, I'm gonna take a potion. Wow, I got straight fucked in that fight.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Lucy is here. Lucy, Pupper. Ooh, that's a lot of potions. Mine now, bitch.
An epic poem from the looks of it.
An epic poem.
An epic poem.
With haste.
So we
Councillor Flork was ready to support us, but we killed her before she could. Well, all right.
Where is his dagger?
Look at all this shit I need to get rid of. I got so much shit. Send to camp. Get out of here. What's this? Hello?
I don't know where Guy keeps his dagger at, but he didn't have a belt or anything, so I was a little confused.
Sent to camp. Oh, you know what it is? It's the clown parts. That's what's taking up so much weight in my inventory. Here, Karlach, have some clown bits.
Let's see what this does.
Let's see what this does. Oh, that kind of dagger? Yeah.
What were you talking about? Hmm? Okay. Oh, let me yeet that into here. I'm gonna yeet that into here as well.
It's over here. Let's see. What's up, Gonne?
I can do
What's
that.
up, Gonne?
I'll never understand people who don't want to be famous.
The more the people like you, the more you can get away with.
Oh.
Okay.
Or just be a good person.
Sure.
Just following along with the convo. Oh, why did it...
No matter what the Gazette says, I just hope Lord Gortash protects us when it counts.
That shadow is crazy. It looks like there's a hole in her abdomen.
Believe everything they put in the paper.
It's the Gazette.
All right, game. I'm turning eavesdropping
sorry.
back off. No, it's just I'm trying to listen to when you actually important stuff, and then it wouldn't be a big deal if my character continued to walk while you're speaking, but when I get pulled into one of your conversations, my character stops whatever she's doing. And it's just like, no, just keep walking. Just keep walking, please.
just keep going. Did you turn it off?
Yes, I turned it off.
Certainly help with the dishes.
Okay.
Like, she's like, I can't listen and walk at the same time.
That's so hard.
I wonder if my old things are still there. They could be of use to you.
What? What? Ooh, what's this? Murder target. Frank.
You know what? I have to stop. I actually didn't think of it until just now. I'm making it harder for you to know where we can go and where we can't go if I'm just filling the fucking map in. So I'm just gonna stay with you.
Okay.
Because you won't know where you've been and where you haven't been if I've already filled the map in and I'm going other places.
That's true.
I just don't want chat to be bored because I'm just following you around. But I'm making it actually worse for us.
Take those. There's a murder target. Frank.
Left, right, down the stairs, and was it up the stairs?
Oh, that's the doors. Oh.
We found that one, yeah.
I know, but why is it still showing us something to look at on the map?
The quest isn't done.
Okay.
I'm going to ask for directions.
No, you mustn't.
There's so much.
Criminals. We can't let them know this.
Okay, I need to look at the big map.
We'll just stand here until you
Meet
remember.
Aaron Leroican. Oh, okay, so we need to finish that.
Well, you've decided you don't want to finish that.
Is that what I decided?
Well, because you lied to him and you told him that she's dead.
Right.
So, I mean, we
But
can
you're
go
gonna
see
see
what she
photos
wants to
and it's a
say, but
bad idea.
you've already told him one thing. So let's go do that. Let's go see what she has to say.
Okay.
Or we can do whatever you want. Whatever you want.
My beautiful cabbages.
It's Brittany, bitch.
Where's this so-called art? Oh, do you want to see it? Here, I'll show you. I have this really, really, really cool statue.
It's a good statue.
Yeah, look at this statue. Look at this statue that I have. Look at it. Isn't it
Pretty
beautiful?
great.
Hold on, let's make sure we're nice and censored here. There, look at it. Isn't it beautiful? It's art. Perfection. I know. It really is perfection, indeed. I mean, like, look at
It's
the
best viewed up close, honestly.
The detail in the curvature. I mean, the I mean, the detail of the carving.
Right.
The carving. Carvature.
Carvature.
Sorry, you guys have never heard of it before.
A stretch? Okay, YT, thank you. Where's the eye rolling emote?
I don't have one because there's no reason that you should ever roll your fucking eyes at me.
That's crazy. this is what you do. You could be anywhere on Twitch, but you choose to pay someone 10 real life dollars. I didn't realize that was the larger part of that that clip that's in your raid
Oh
message,
yeah, you could go
or your
anywhere
raid
on
video.
Twitch.
Oh, water. Thank you, YT.
Yep. And you choose to pay someone 10 real life dollars. Yep, that was a thing that happened.
YT, you've made yourself purple, I see.
I hear you were spotted being normal in the singing lute, Karlach. Are you feeling
Normal. Hey, what's up?
Right thing to do.
Hey.
Never really tried normal before.
There's so many little icons. I can't tell what's going on this map right now. Do I want to go up here or do I want to go downstairs?
It was really nice.
Normal.
I never thought I'd see the day.
How dreadful. Oh.
I didn't realize we needed to go in the portal. I was still
I thought
looking
you
at the
did.
map.
That's why I did. I didn't. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're good.
Well, now I have the thing. Oh. Oh no.
What have we here? A magician in a tower, hiding away from the frightening world. What are you so scared of, Magus? Not the night song, surely? Why, she's nothing but a relic
Her
to
thighs,
be
man.
purchased and pursued.
Mm-hmm. Crush me. That angelic butt. Uh-huh.
With the butthole included, because for reasons.
Well, how else would you know that it's a butt?
You will dress
Do
with
the
due
cheeks.
deference.
Mm.
I am Dame Aelin.
She
You are a
is
wealth
fully
without
clothed.
honor, without pride, with nothing but a tower full of trinkets.
My apologies, Dame Aelin. I meant no disrespect. Perhaps we could start over. I am the Roakin. I am most pleased to make your acquaintance. And that of your fine companion, who perhaps
Is wearing your
heard
same
I
outfit.
was looking for you.
Oh my god, moles. I don't like this.
Not this one?
Yeah.
Go, so that this Magus might send his
No,
jesters
okay.
to
Well,
harangue me night
she says
and
no.
day.
That's fine.
We have come for answers. And if needed, heads.
Please, allow me to
Edge.
explain. Dame Aelin, I have discovered a device that would allow your immortality to be shared. It would cause you no harm, no pain of any kind. You serve your mother, Seluna, I believe. She who has blessed our realm with so many gifts. Honor her by sharing yours.
You do not seek to share my gifts. You seek to poach them.
Yeah.
You dare to threaten me with the same magic that held me in torment for 100 years.
100 years.
I had hoped to appeal to your better nature.
Oh, we're gonna have to fight.
Perhaps I overestimated you. No bother. I have an arsenal of implements.
Yeah, this
An
might be tough.
arsenal.
Convincing you to see reason.
An arsenal. Yeah, he's dead now. Get fucked.
But his magic lives.
Disproves. Seriously?
I'd hoped you to keep an open mind, but it seems you're determined to make this as difficult as possible. Boy,
dead, Jim.
at the ready. Once I've taken control of the Aasimar, she must go directly into the
Aasimar.
caging rooms.
No, Master Leroican. I would never have assisted you if I knew you planned such horrors. You lied to get
Pesto
the Night
ravioli
Song
with
here.
spicy Italian sausage.
Made us all believe she was nothing
Tasty.
but a relic. I have seen what true leadership can accomplish, but never under your tutelage.
Hell yeah, Roland. Oh, go
If they're all like
straighten
you,
your
I think
hair.
that sounds like an excellent bargain.
Oh, face us, charlatan! We who detest you so!
Myrmidons! Imperatum!
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, okay. Hold on. Let me walk through the portal. Maybe? If the ding ding... Oh, okay, this one, right? Nope.
The white
I went through the
one.
wrong one. I just remembered the one that was on the left. It's fine. We're good.
We're not good?
Hold on. Let me just take a potion. We're just gonna run in. Why? I can't go in? Okay, well, I have to fight this.
Don't waste a step.
Things are problem. Great. Okay. Amazing. I'm now fighting everybody outside. This is fine.
Death's cold grip.
Uh-oh. It appears that something terrible has happened. I'm gonna die. Yeah. Okay. Can I just engage? Then I would be... No, I can't. Well, I can. But then I'd be leaving Gertrude outside alone to die. It's probably fine. Engage, please. Thank you.
Death's close at hand.
Bonus action. Can I not dash? Amazing. Well, that's all I got there.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
Okay, I'm dead. Uh-oh. Okay.
Let's have some courage.
Goodbye, cruel world.
Never a dull moment.
And dead. Okay, goodbye. Well, I'll go watch you. Jesus. Are you in the tower?
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't even see your initiative.
It's not a fun time up here, I'll tell you that.
It's okay. Both me and my girlfriend are dead. Murdered. I picked the wrong portal.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah,
you
quite
can't be
unfortunate.
picking the wrong portal. My God.
I just realized that I tagged the command of besties and not the actual message.
That's great.
So
You're
useful.
doing great.
That's entirely untrue. I'm a disaster, but that's fine. We are in Act 3. We just got here.
Oh, like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Where do I go from here?
Yeah, we're in inner city. This is crazy. Are you serious, Britt? How have you never finished this fucking game?
There's a lot. I think Ferret also hasn't finished the game. Why am I
wanted so badly to see how everything ended.
Crashed for me? Oh, because why did you take me to Karlach? That's not helpful at all. There you go. You just didn't come back. What is happening? Why is it... Who's acting like kids? Down to the paradise where the girls are pretty.
If we die, we're about to lose so much, just so you know.
That's okay.
Basically, almost everything we've done today.
That's okay.
We can make better choices. Damn, Roland, you just shoved that guy off the fucking shit.
Sandwich. I love sandwich.
Oh, I'm done for. I think this is it.
You have 41 HP left. What are you talking about? Oh, you're incapacitated. Well, that sucks.
I'm slipping away.
Ooh, that's bad. That's how you get critical hits.
Yup.
The Sandy Howitch. A rogue. I just think it's crazy that I died just trying to get to the fight.
Yeah, you can't go in the wrong portals. Thanks for finally fucking doing something, bro. It's gonna die for sure. Oh. Oh, Aelin just died. Oh, she'll rise again. That's fine. Don't worry. She'll come back. Oh, but the good thing is I can do this now. Or it'll do nothing. That's also totally fine and cool. I was just thinking it'd be cool if it fucking did nothing. I was actually thinking it'd be really fucking cool if it did nothing, game.
My favorite thing is that I can't even see who you're fighting.
Okay, let's get. Where's this other fucker over here? Okay.
Well, so much for peace.
Krista, you can clutch this. Let's go. 16 HP. What element is he? Earth. Don't get rolling. Get out of here. Don't get rolling. There you go.
Trim it.
Oh my god. I can't believe I did that.
Good job.
I can't believe I did that. Alright, let me bring you back. Who is concentrating on silence? You are. Okay. Alright.
You can't. The only people that I can see is you and Astarion. This is crazy. This whole, like, I had it selected you for this whole.
She's not even
battle,
looking at me.
and I couldn't see anyone.
She's facing the other way.
I feel sadness.
Because she's
Like how
looking at
both
him.
of us are holes.
I know. Sometimes you just gotta talk about a hole.
No, both of our quotes are holes, though.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta talk about a hole.
I just thought it was funny because they did search for a hole.
A gripping in the chest. As though I'd lost someone. Something. Paladin's fatigue, no doubt.
I mean, you
You
died.
were excellent in battle, as is your way. And I am proud to fight at your side. And you, tiefling, you did not embarrass yourself. I will catch
Take my breath
breath,
away.
then
That's a
decamp
tough fight, and I
over
did it with
my
2
bones.
players.
Moon Maiden be with you.
Maybe I can do a challenge run of this game. I've seen people do like honor mode, like 1 player, and I'm like, that's insane.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, where is Withers in this camp? Hold on. Withers! Withers! Where is Withers here? Oh, he's right here in front. Of course I didn't look in front because I didn't assume he was there.
Fate.
Oh, there's a man with a penis in the back of this
The body's fails to move in. It's the wind, moles. It's the wind.
This is the price of balance. Well counted.
Okay, you can bring your girlfriend back when you get back. I'm looting the spoils of my victory.
Okay.
Especially because I want this guy's shit. Where is he?
I'm not back.
You will be.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, you will be. Wait, where's his stuff? Wait, is his body gone because I left for camp? There's no way I just lost that loot. His body's gone.
That makes no sense. It should still...
It's not. It's literally
bodies have
not.
never disappeared. That doesn't make any sense.
I agree, but it's not here. And he had a robe on his body and a staff on his body. Like it was like just literally right here next to her.
I will return to
That sucks. Crazy.
Dead buddies were you.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
Did Rowan do something with it?
Leroican is dead. The bastard is dead. I am.
Oh my god.
Leroican was a cruel and vicious man. And for every one I answered wrong, he'd beat me. I could have killed him with my own two. I thought it was the price I had to pay to become a true wizard. I have. I see things clearly now. Thankfully, I have everything I need. I'll move Cal and Leah in immediately. I wouldn't
Save,
have
but
this,
I can't save.
the tower, my family, and you'll have butts.
Okay, so he didn't do anything with it. I don't even want to fucking save because I want to go back and get that fucking stuff.
Okay.
No, not you. It's nothing. It's not you. It's this. Like this. Why would this even? Why would this even be a thing? I've never had that happen before. That's crazy. I've never gone to camp and come back and had.
What's in here?
The bodies just be gone.
That's... Yeah, it hasn't happened with any other fight.
I've never had it happen at all. I've never had it happen.
Right.
His body was literally right where I'm standing. It was just laying here. And I was like, I'll loot when after I res her and I'll come back.
Right.
It's so weird.
It's around someplace else?
I'm holding alt. I don't see it. I don't see his name.
I'll take that.
Could he be on another level?
That's my next thing, is to go check down below, but that would be crazy, I feel like.
Right. I am teal.
Oh, I lost hit points for that? Cause that makes... Oh my gosh, he's floating in the middle of nowhere down here.
Oh, that's crazy. Can you get him? Can you move him?
I don't know. Oh, yes, I can get to him. It's wonky as hell, and I'm like literally on a balcony. Look, I don't know if you can see this on my stream, but he's like...
Nice. Oh, I see him. Oh, that's banonkers. The game is fucky today. I don't know what's going on.
In
like
all
I've been,
800 hours that I have played, I have literally never seen this happen.
Yeah, that's insane. Like I've been so laggy. Every like change of conversation has lagged. It's insane.
Well, I'm glad I could get the shit, but that's
wild.
crazy.
That's wild. Your colorblind self sees the world teal with a brown hue, or just brown, or teal with brown, or brown with brown.
You see it happen all the time. Why didn't you warn me, Horseman? Why didn't you tell me to look? If it happens to you all the time, how come you didn't tell me how to fix it?
Yeah, Horseman. Both? Interesting.
I didn't say the safe word. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Ooh, a gem? Look at me looting this place like I had anything to do with the fucking battle. Gemma? Oh my god, Gemma.
Gemma.
Don't know your
Wait,
safe
I can do
word?
level 6 now?
Oh, nice. I'm just trying to open my inventory. You don't have to fucking lag. Oh my god. I'm gonna lose my shit. It's fine. I gave you a spell.
Hey, thanks.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Welcome. How do I only have like 5 things in my alchemy pouch? I thought I had like 38. Where did all my shit go?
Because we used them all last time trying to make potions and we broke them all down.
Oh, please. I'm basically Lance Bass. Why did I say that?
We will never know.
We will never know. Oh, that's funny. Is there anything else to loot? I don't think so. I did a lot of looting last time we were here.
Yeah.
The odds of a zombie being your ass are low, but never. Oh, that's why you got Lance Bass, because Moles was looking for ass. When was Last Bass in handcuffs?
Last Bass?
Last Bass?
When was Last Bass?
Ask his husband. I'm sure he knows. Hey, yo.
Whomst?
Why are we fighting? Who's fighting? Did you? Where are you?
What? Since when?
What are you fighting?
There's like little things down here.
Okay,
Since fucking when? I've been down here for 29 hours. Oh no.
I'm covered.
Oh no, what are they?
How was it my turn? I wasn't even there! Okay. Can I get here? No.
Hungry for the
Can I get to a spot where I can see?
Critical miss.
Critical.
No choice.
Not just a miss. A critical miss.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
Arcane cannon. Okay, well, I guess I'll just come over.
No, critical fail, I told you.
Sorry, my bad.
Pay attention, horseman.
Just jump. Can I just jump all the way down here?
Could, but
I
you'll take
can.
damage.
I would lose 58 hit points. Hello. Ugh, I wish I had Misty Step. But I don't.
Well, I don't.
Why not both? Can I shoot it? Where? Oh my god. This camera angle. Ah! This is horrible. Okay. I'll just shoot this. Medium toughness. That did 0 damage. Okay, great. Useful. Gertrude. And we're gonna... Maybe I'll just... No. I can't because I don't have any movement speed. Okay, can I Misty Step down to here? It's too far for me to Misty Step? Ah. Okay. Why did it change my camera angle? This is... Can't reach destination. Why can't I reach the destination? Why can't I reach the destination? Fine. Okay, what a fucking waste of my life.
The Jumanji music? It's been the fight music the whole game. There's 2 fight songs that rotate. Can I do an extra jump if I dash? No, it's a bonus action. Okay, great. What a fantastic use of my time. We're all doing great, sweetie. You're doing great, sweaty. I need to grab my phone charger. I'll wait to watch this. Oh, sure, you're just gonna fly down there. Yeah, I was gonna say, you could have used fly, yeah.
I can't use fly.
I think we have a scroll of fly somewhere. Okay. Don't have any spell slots left. This is the problem.
How much damage do I need to do? What's your damage threshold?
They're fucking, like, impervious to everything but electricity.
At least 22 damage.
Which I don't have. I don't have any lightning spells right now.
Ah, it's the resistances. Okay. Well... Poop. I'm a little bit closer. And then Karlach. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my, can you just jump to like here? Path is interrupted. Path is interrupted.
I can't do anything. I can't do anything here. All right. I
can't really do anything else, can I? I could speak with the animals and turn. So useless today.
we're not doing anything. We need to break their
Mhm.
shit. These 22 can damage it. Okay. Oh, it's dazed.
That's useful. I'm a cannon and I can't pay attention.
Where's the fourth one? Oh, over here. Alright, 22 damage.
Do I have anything that does anything? I can do
I know,
darkness.
I gotta look for something. I can do
Ooh,
scroll
wait.
of
Do I have an arrow that does lightning?
Ooh, scroll of wishful. Miss.
Arrow
Fuck
of
you.
lightning.
It's a spell.
Arrow of lightning. How did that not do? You're vulnerable to it. How you doing a damage? That's fucking bullshit. That pisses me off.
Okay, I got one.
Nice.
Yeah, GG.
We're doing
I think
amazing.
I think your internet's doing a thing.
Is it?
Yeah, you just got all robot-y and your stream just went black screen for me. Oh. No, it's back. Maybe? No, it's stuck again. Yay.
Okay, it looks like I might be back.
Yeah, I see it now. Yeah.
I'm gonna lose my shit.
It has been a day. Trust me, I know.
I don't think we're gonna be able to go super long today.
That's fine.
I'm just throwing that out there. As much as I love you, I'm losing my mind.
Yeah.
Can I like... This isn't gonna do shit. What if I jump on it? No. What if I don't I have a thing that lets me jump? You've already lost it? Hopefully in the bathroom. Stupid. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Let me
Okay. Okay. What can I do here? It's threatened. It's frightened. I can't tell you what to do. I mean, I can. You just don't have to listen to me. I could do dancing lights. Yeah.
Oh.
Amazing.
Okay.
Get all of them?
I just used scroll of chain lightning.
Beautiful.
Anything of use?
You'd love to see it. So easy. Easy, sleazy. I'm gonna disarm this. Pretty sure I disarmed all of these last time. Oh, 25 hit points.
Why? Hello?
You're standing on...
Hello?
Hello?
I'm trying to go below, and hello, I'm... floating. I can't go lower.
I think can we not using that? Is that where we have to use the
We have to use one of the
Wii
buttons. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here goes nothing.
Okay, so it's the one that I did.
Okay, I'm here.
Can we dispel this? Does anybody have dispel? You'll be starting a new necromancer? Nice, nice, nice. Mance those necros.
Globe of invulnerability.
Invulnerability.
So what would I need for this?
Maybe a dispel?
I don't have dispel.
I don't know.
I mean, I've got.
Can you stab it?
The face.
How invulnerable are you? Invulnerable. Sure. You have to restart. You may do that tonight. Look at us inspiring everyone to start new playthroughs.
Ours is still there. I have remove curse, but that's all I've got. Ours is still there in cyberspace in limbo.
I can't move? I can't move?
Why?
I don't know. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know. There we go.
There's got to be a way to do something with these.
Mm-hmm. Do you have Dimension Door?
No, but I may have a scroll.
Because if you have Dimension Door, you might be able to Dimension Door into the force wall.
I have a scroll of Dimension Door.
Do you have 2 so you can get back out?
I do. And it says no target. Choose target. Choose target to teleport is myself. Not enough space. Choose teleport destination. Not enough space. Not enough space. Not enough space.
Rude.
Yep, I can't.
I figured there might be enough space for you to stand in front of it, but dang.
I mean, we could. I mean, I don't have any spell slots left to even test much, so.
What could we even do, though? There's gotta be a way. I can become invisible. I could cast Fairy Fire. Do you think that would do it?
I don't.
Oh. I could make it dark. What if I've got that arrow that lets me transport places, but if it can't get through the thing, then I won't be able to transport there.
What? Okay. Hold on a second. I will try this.
The invisibility?
Revealed.
Is there something secret?
Above. Okay, so you do above.
Oh.
Below. Security. Vaults.
My computer just beep at me.
That's my
Am I
phone.
going crazy?
That's my phone.
Okay. I don't trust anything right now.
What's that do? Does that do anything down there? No? Okay.
Nothing.
What's this one do?
There's these levers. What if I just pull this lever?
What lever? Oh yeah, I just exposed those levers by pushing the buttons up there.
Oh, I thought I saw them before. I'm just losing my mind. Okay. Sorry.
No, you have to do see invisibility apparently to see them, which I didn't know. I've never done that before. It's a 18, really?
Oh, sure.
19, really? Oh, I don't really want to use more.
I failed this one too.
At least things have stayed interesting. Better than nothing.
Difficulty 20. Okay, I got this one.
Nice.
Okay.
I am not smart enough to do that.
Let me see if I can do this one again or if it'll fail. No. Okay. Okay. I got it. I'm in trouble. I got it. No bonuses. Oh, thank God. Okay. I was like, he has no bonuses. He's not gonna get this, but he did.
What have we here?
Good job, Asterion.
All right, cool. We are done in here now.
Diddly.
Do, 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 do.
Well, that was only mildly.
Only mildly annoying. Yeah, fine.
Right.
It's fine, I'm sure. Armor of the Weave. A robe of the Weave. You gain a +1 to spell save, DC, and attack rolls. Whenever the wearer succeeds a saving throw, they can regain. So can you get up from that? Oh, against the spell. Maybe if I actually finish reading. I just saw when you succeed a saving throw, like a death saving. All saving throws. All right. Where do you want to go next? I think we should rest because I have 0 spell slots.
Okay.
0. I got some none. Oh. It doesn't. I didn't realize it doesn't. It lets me do that if you're not here.
I think because I was in the middle of traveling to camp.
Karlach, your deception ends now.
This fucking lag.
From you like flesh from a
I can't.
Help me! She's gone
This is a child. Excuse me? What's going on?
This is
Another normal evening in camp, I see.
I saw her. She slipped into camp in the form of a woman and shifted into this abomination. She tried to silence me and hide her deception.
I didn't do anything!
Gortash spoke the truth. Do you have any proof?
Is my word not enough?
I mean, listen.
Say your
Okay.
farewells, Nilfgaard.
Okay, hold on. We're not killing a child unless they're exposed.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, good. Amazing. Guidance or advantage? Let's do this. Amazing. I fucking give up on fucking everything. I'm gonna do it. I don't care.
Perhaps if I remove your eyes, You'll see things as they are.
Lae'zel.
Look at
Oh,
it.
hi.
Crawling and sniffing and rooting around in the filth. Is it my netherstone you seek, little piggy?
Gross. Don't be mean.
Hush. Orin will take care of you and your little pet.
What am I playing as? I am a half-elf drow rogue. Hey.
Nothing. No, not a thing. Still gasping and gagging
back,
on the
sorry.
foul airs of Baal's temple.
Welcome back. I needed to use an inspiration.
Oh, okay. We'll have to get some more then before we go.
I know.
Do Astarians.
I know. I rolled a 24 and it was a DC of 25.
Of course.
The murder lord demands a better offering. Something new. Sticky, sweet, and delicious.
I love rogues.
He wants you.
Why? Sorry, I'm a child reading this.
So
second
who did she take from our party?
Lae'zel.
Okay.
Kethric's killer turned the corpse lover to carrion when you took his stone. Oh, but he was a dog kill. No blood to spill, no guts to rip. A desiccated husk, all dust and hollow. You must be sharpened before you set your edge against my skin.
Angie eyebrows. Angie. Okay.
For those who don't know, the voice of Orin is the same lady who voices Lady Dimitrescu from Resident Evil Village.
Village.
Mm-hmm.
Against the tyrant's throat, of course.
Did you guys enjoy Resident Evil the other night?
You've heard Gortash's whispers.
I had a great
I see
time.
how your skull
I really enjoyed it.
swarms with his promises. He whinges and wails over the crown of Karsus, wanting to command it without me.
Yeah?
Oh,
Good.
how I long to slit his poxy smile from ear to ear.
It was fun.
But I can't
I was
touch
scared. It was fun.
He bound my blade when we first conspired.
So scary.
Gortash didn't want me.
For some reason, those games don't
trust
scare
me.
me. Like,
Got
there
me to
are
wag
jump
my
scares,
tongue, swear an oath
but something
never
about
to
the Resident
hang
Evil
him
games
from
don't
the
scare me,
horse.
so I can play those.
Drip-drape
But
into
everything else
fires
scares
open
me.
jaws. You
Jump
must
scares
kill the
are
tyrant.
like aren't
Take
scared.
the
Like they
netherstone from his corpse.
make you
Bring it to
jump,
my
but I don't
temple.
think they're scary. You know?
Some jump scares scare me, but
Sure.
I don't like the feeling of the anxiety. That's
fair.
It makes me like sick.
Yeah.
What's left of the other is balls.
Balls.
Agree, and I will bring my assassins to heal. They watch you always.
Can't I just
longing
kill
to
both
spray
of them?
the
I don't want to
crimson
side with
from your
either.
veins.
Here's the fun part.
Refuse me,
You can.
and you'll learn what happens to those
Great.
who defy Baal's doctrine.
You can do whatever you
So
want.
will your friend.
That's not true.
Orin demands
Well.
a fight to the death.
There are
The prize for the
consequences,
red
but you
tape,
can do whatever
the
you want.
Netherstones,
Mm-hmm.
and the chance to control the crown alone. Accept, and you must kill Gortash. Refuse, and your companion's life may be forfeit,
Uh-oh.
as might your own.
Britt, I saw you
Can I
got
ask
back into
what hunt
Outbound.
you
Did you
want?
play more?
For slaughter.
Stop.
Did you do any more than what we did?
Birthday battle in
I
game?
almost thought about it. I thought about it because. Sorry, I was trying to not talk over your cutscene.
Oh, gotcha.
Allies? No. We had a balance. The chosen three.
No, Horseman, I don't.
But it tumbled when you turned
I don't have a
the
suit made of
Bone Lord to ash.
Crab shell.
Now, Gortash tries to gouge me
Crabs.
from the city.
festering inadequate. Thinks me a flesher, butchering and cleaving only to whip the herd towards his tin men's oppression. You.
Oh wow! Look at that throwback quote.
Gore him like a pig prepped for the spit. Only then will you be sweet and sharp, ready for the murder lord's purpose. Need? No, I do not need. You are made of nothing. Meaningless flesh and bone. I do not need. I offer. Ball's age
Hi, Pat.
approaches,
This is Zelda.
and you could be there to see it. An idol of flesh, made to welcome his bleeding dawn.
No.
Is time for you.
It's totally fine that you were playing. I was just curious. I was thinking about doing like a demo day tomorrow and playing some keys and some Steam demos, and I was thinking about doing that one. You guys want to have a demo day tomorrow?
And skewer their skull meat.
Rock lobster witch? Yeah.
Rust and blood. Then you
Why?
can gore the lordling again.
Why sad
and
girl?
again
Is it because you're 98 years old today?
But listen.
It's okay, because I'm 99 years old.
Killer. Step in my domain while the tyrant still sucks air, and I will carve your failure into your pretty plaything's skull.
Well, needs to come down out of her shell once in a while.
If you're up.
Bait free. Only then can you and I make exquisite butchery.
He's talking too much.
We'll set
I
the
can't pay attention.
world to slaughter. That is Baal's offer. He will not
The offer of balls.
Well, are you going to take the offer of balls?
I got a backpack. Why did I get a fucking backpack?
We have Lae'zel's backpack.
Need to find a way forward.
So one time...
Oh my god, there's so much in it.
So one time they took Halcyon, and I was like, that's fine. And I just left him.
Oops. Ugh. Oh no, man. See you later, Shelly. Shelly Duvall, am I right? Fucking god balls, that was me.
That was you, oh yeah.
Oh no. How you doing, Yenna? You okay?
Sorry the Lae'zel almost killed you.
But it wasn't Lae'zel.
Sorry, not Lae'zel almost killed you.
What happened? Is she coming back?
No. I could be so mean. Jesus Christ. Always hoarding the ball quotes. You know it.
I want my mum. I want to go home. I want
This poor child.
Wait, do another one for balls? I've definitely said balls.
I'm
Oh,
sticking her with my potato knife. Hard.
for sure.
She won't take me again.
I think it just worked out that way.
Oh, okay. That one's kind of worse.
Well, we should probably figure out. Karlach, talk to me. What do we do? Oh.
You almost pity Orin taking Lae'zel
apparently
like
we
that.
lag
Give
the
her
game.
half a chance, and she'll rip out the shapeshifter's spine.
It just said you left
Did I
the
just
game.
get kicked out?
Yeah. You guys were too sexy.
I Cool. Main menu. Okay, bye. I don't know why the game hates me.
You're too sexy.
Yeah.
Can you turn some settings down maybe or something?
Even the maybe. Well, the main menu screen is lagging. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Because I have triple buffering.
I don't have VSync off. I usually have VSync off.
Under video.
Yeah, it's disabled. I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
I mean, I guess I could change the overall preset to medium instead of high, but like.
So okay, now I don't know. I don't know how comfortable you are doing this on stream, but like, I have a different app that I can go to. Like, I have an AMD graphics card, and I have an AMD app that I can go into, and I can like check it, and I can see like if the settings that Baldur's Gate are running at are not strong enough, or like are too strong for. Like, if you do Alt-R, does that bring anything up?
Yeah, it gives me the NVIDIA overlay.
Okay, so you have an NVIDIA.
Oh,
okay. Have you limited the FPS? Also that, where is that? Let me see.
It's like 48, 49.
Yeah, but if you limit it, it won't try to even go higher than a certain amount. Do I see resolution, refresh rate, aspect, display? This, and you have this is I'm sure, but you have it on your actual graphics card.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that bring anything up? Ayo. Oh, thank you for the stretch white tea. I wasn't paying attention. That one doesn't have a sound effect associated with it.
So I just want to make sure. So Alt R is how it works for you, Moles. That's how easy it is.
I've got. That's all you need to do is just Alt R.
Alt R, and Moles is ready to play.
It's ready to go.
Allow crossplay. Disgusting. Never.
Wait, did I get kicked out? Did I get kicked out of shared chat?
No. I'm literally reading Moles' chats.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Listen.
It's
the
okay.
Way that today is going, I wouldn't be surprised.
No, you're fine. Listen, that was me the first half of stream, and I've mellowed out a little bit. Hi, Moles.
I limited it in the options here, so
yeah.
it should be.
Oh, frame rate cap. There it is. I see it.
Yeah. I got that, and I limited it to 60, which is what I do. But
yeah.
Can I get another invite?
I did. You well, I sent it while you were doing other stuff.
I haven't gotten it.
You haven't gotten it? Do you need another?
Yeah.
Okay. If that doesn't work, I changed my visibility, so you might be able to join me if that doesn't work.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't get another invitation.
Is it possible that you're Steam? Like, are you offline in Steam because you're a little flicker?
Maybe. I'm definitely signed in.
Okay. Can you join me directly? Because I changed my privacy. I almost said privatability.
Privatability.
I changed my privatability. Hi, YT.
Friends.
Friends?
No.
No,
lobby
from Steam. Is there no join on Steam? Because that's, hold on. Let me make sure. Yeah.
No.
Multiplayer
Level,
settings. Friends
no.
only. Confirm. I'll send one more invite just for the heckin' of it. Apply. And then in my options, gameplay, was it? Online visibility, friends. Okay.
When's refresh? I'm gonna. Okay, I'm just gonna leave the game. I'm gonna quit the game.
Okay.
And I'm gonna reload the game.
Okay.
And we're gonna see if that fixes it.
Okay.
Okay.
You are in a conversation again. Your conversations keep breaking.
I don't know what's going on.
That's okay. I mean, it's not okay, but it's okay. It's fine. When we loaded in, Gigi was in a conversation with Will, and she couldn't load in because her character was in a conversation with Will, and now she had a conversation with Karlach, and her game crashed, and now she's in a conversation with Karlach. She's not gonna be able to fucking load it.
I'm not gonna be able to. It's gonna be great.
Guys, this is great. I can't shower in my own home. Gigi can't load in her games. This is a fucking great day, guys.
How do you make things like that? Moles did a whole graphic animation video and then sent it to me, and then I added it manually into OBS and mixed it up.
You're getting robot-y again.
I'm not showing that my internet is down.
No, you're not down. You're robot-y, so your bit rate is fluctuating right now. Ignore. Oh yeah, that is an after stream thing. Okay. Your bitrate is fluctuating so hard right now.
So hard right now. Oh my god. Okay, fuck it. I'm just gonna restart my PC. I'll be back.
Okay.
I can't. This is fucking it. I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay. Goodbye.
Okay, bye. Bye. Chat, come over here. Come over here and talk while we're waiting for Gigi to come back. Oh, but Britt, next time it's 10 o'clock in the morning and we're like, hey, we're bored. What do we play? We can finish Baldur's Gate. You're done with gaming today? Why? What happened? No more Val. Ah, see, that's your problem, Huey. You're playing Valorant. Yeah, bestie, happy birthday. Everyone said happy birthday to you in the Discord because everyone's so nice. Partners in a conversation and cannot rest right now. Unless. No, unless. We have too many games. Britt, I wish you had I don't know, this is just me being selfish, but I wish you had I don't know, a more steady and flexible schedule so I could be like, hey, on Saturday mornings we can play Baldur's Gate, or we can play Borderlands, or we can play whatever, every Saturday morning we can just plan on it. It just doesn't work. Girl, so do I know. But my Saturdays just opened up. Oh. For the most part. Oh. Huey, what else do you play? I know you were doing your crazy wackadoo Elden Ring, which was insane. Where did this go? Oh. I couldn't even click on it after. That was funny. I broke the game. I made it disappear. Target is blocked. But I moved it here. How do you mean? trying to get the next camp, the one that's in the city that we can get. Next Saturday's thinking about comp, but after that, no more kid activities on Saturday. That's nice. Why is there red? Because I have 1 HP. It's like pulsing red because I'm dying. See, like if I click on a star and it goes away. See? But if I click on me,
is that blood?
It's just like pulsing to like show me like I'm about to die. But I can't do anything about it because Gigi's in a conversation with Karlach right now. It's fine. Everything's going great. That was too far. How? Oh yeah, you were saying. So you said Genshin Honkai, bear trauma. The fuck is no? What's bear trauma? Gnomes, I know. Ravens Meet, Overwatch, Hogwarts Legacy, Arc Raider. So you play a lot of other games. Like, why are you playing fucking Val that makes you all annoyed? Like, that's why I stopped playing games like Overwatch and Apex and shit. I was always so just annoyed. I was annoyed with the cheaters. I was annoyed with other players. I was just so annoyed all the time. Then because I played 3 matches and I'm exhausted. Too much brain power, baby. See, that's babysitting grown adults, though. You wouldn't have to do that. A metal fork. Yeah, I mute. For real. Gunfire Reborn. Beyond Two Souls is a good one, though. Good, good, good.
Okay, I am back.
Welcome back.
If this is better.
Okay.
Hello, friends. Miss me?
Oh yeah, we have to re-stream together too.
Oh, do we? Is it not going to keep it?
Oh, okay.
Oh, nice.
It did.
Biggs again, YT.
Raiders, give us some time. You want your money back? That's funny.
Don't waste a step.
Okay, let's see if I can find you. You win. You do win. The color settings are fucky on this monitor. What is happening? It's okay. Whatever. I don't care. Did you send another invite, or should I try to find you in multiplayer?
I have not sent one, but I can.
Okay. My PC just wants to die. Hopefully not. I can't afford a new one. I'm about to lose my job. This would be the worst time for my PC to want to die. The actual worst. PC prices are at an all-time low. Sure. Did you send
If you get behind. Yeah, that's the FOMO. They do that to you on purpose. Why exactly is it acting like I haven't discovered the camp?
Checked price chart, flips it. Oh, yeah. Would you like to give me an invitation, please, Steam?
Can I do it through Steam?
I found it.
The game? Okay.
I found it. I mean, it comes to me on Steam when you send it, but like... That game no longer exists.
What?
Joining failed.
I just sent it.
I know.
Okay, I will also quit, but you are in a conversation, so...
Yeah.
We will see how this goes.
It's gonna be great. Da capybara.
Okay, you know what though? I have to say, I'm pissed. I'm happy because I got it, but I'm pissed that I got it because I got the achievement for when Karlach went on a date with, or when Gigi went on a date with Karlach, but I did not get the achievement that Bubbles tried to do for the two of us. So that's bullshit. Bubbles got the achievement and I did not. I can't tell you.
Okay.
It's a spoilie.
I get the achievement for Karlach? I assume.
You did. You had to have.
Okay, there you go.
I was like, you had to
So
have.
here's the thing. I heard the sound for the achievement, but the thing didn't pop up.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's
Steam is
going
like
on.
not popping up for you, so who knows?
Yeah. Well, it wasn't just Steam, because remember that one like medicine check didn't pop up for anything, so I don't know what's going on.
It's weird. Starvale, I have all my favorite characters. I cried when I got this one character. Really? I need to get back into Genshin. I haven't Genshined in so long. There's probably 9,000 new characters now that I won't get because I don't pay money.
Hi, Ferret. Welcome. It's all going so good. The stream has been a little bit of a disaster, mostly on my end. I'm further ahead in the game. We are in the city.
We are in the lower city.
The inner city. Or whatever.
The lower.
Lower.
Lower city central.
Lower.
Lower.
You're gonna have to hide. I understand, Ferret. Thanks for popping in. But it doesn't matter because I can't even connect to the fucking game right now. How low can you go? I can't
All right,
do
so are you...
I can't do limbo.
Are you getting the
Am I
invitation and it's just saying no?
I'm not getting an invitation. I don't... Have you been sending invitations?
Yes.
I just got an invitation.
Okay.
Yeah, the last one I clicked it, and it was like, join error or whatever. We'll see if it's gonna let me talk to Karlach. Okay, bye. I did. Don't worry. I
Don't
did
worry,
bang
she
Karlach.
did.
At the very
Is it
beginning.
just speed? I think it's it's a lot of stuff that's going on for her right now.
Everything's fucking up right now. Everything.
Hey, wanna
I
play
wasn't
pretend?
prepared for the date that I went
imagine.
on with Karlach.
I get to live
Date.
50 more years.
Date?
We have a whole life ahead of us. What do we do?
Adventure fights all of it together. Yeah.
Now you're talking.
Now I'm prepared.
Faerun is
Never
so
prepared.
big and we've barely scratched the surface. I've always wanted
That's
to
what she said.
square up against a hill giant. With two of us, we might even stand a chance. Damn it. I wish I had a longer road ahead of me.
No.
I want to walk it with you.
Try to hide a tear. I'm not gonna hide it. I'm gonna cry. Everyone loves Karlach. She deserves. She is the best. Green water, delicious. YT, you need to drink actual water too.
I'm not really tough enough to face any of this, you know? I'm scared shitless. But there's a courage in me I never knew I had.
So she has, well, she has like an engine inside of her.
Fearless. Never scared
That's
of a fight, of the future.
Gonna kill her.
But dying has taught me so
Unless we
much.
go back to the hells,
There's
which
no
she doesn't want to
courage in
do.
Fearlessness. There's courage in being fucking terrified, but still going forward. Still being grateful. Still trying.
Yeah, like Iron Man, pretty much.
We're going to save this city. Together.
Our core.
It's going to be the last thing I do.
No.
Her Iron Heart. Wait, that's already taken. That's another Marvel character.
Fuck yes. But maybe you can't.
Call me when you work out the secret to immortality. Until then, I'm just going to get busy living my life. The only one I've
Muscles
got.
and great tits. And we fully saw her vajayjay earlier. Or was it mine? It doesn't matter.
It was hers. It was her red vajayjay.
I was like, ah!
And
Ferret
I will
cannot
tell you,
saw.
the carpet does not match the drapes because there was no carpet.
Linoleum.
Okay, I'm out
bye,
for real.
Ferret.
Sorry. Sorry.
No carpet.
It was a hardwood floor.
Or was it? Oh my gosh. Oh, Bill wants to talk to me. Well, so far I haven't been lagging in every conversation.
I can't believe no one quoted mine. Nobody quoted my part of that. You guys are letting me down.
I do want to kill him. I want to kill everyone. Oh yeah, do you have any opinions about what just happened, Dame Aelin?
Oh, I thought you were asking my opinion. Okay. I thought you were asking if I had any opinions.
Do you have any opinions?
No. Thank you for asking.
I want to know your opinions.
I don't have any. Thanks for asking.
Okay. I've never had an opinion.
Fine. I'll do it myself, chat. You guys are bums.
What are you doing?
My own quote.
The Malin.
It's fine. I got it. There was also a ton of stuff in Resident Evil you guys didn't quote either that I couldn't believe.
I did a bunch of clips.
I know, you guys did a lot of clips. Most of them were just me screaming.
But that's fun.
It is fun, but it's just 19 clips of me screaming.
Good night, Grace. I didn't even know you were here. Hi. Also, bye.
Oh my gosh, Grace, we talked so much shit on you while I was playing Resident Evil. Oh my god. Not you. The character's name was Grace.
Yeah. Yeah. There was a lot of God damn it, Grace. And
God
honestly,
damn it, Grace.
The whole time
Grace, no.
I was like, is Grace here? I was like,
it's so funny. I wanted Grace to come in so I could be like, God damn it, Grace.
not you.
Jeez, this girl failed so hard the whole video game.
Yeah.
All right, is everyone done talking?
Oh, I don't have any more exclamation points.
Okay, I don't either, but it'll also tell us if someone wants to sleep, so we'll see. Yes, holy shit. I was too distracted and or angry. Yeah. Oh, Britt, I went back and I watched the clip of me doing the bobblehead, and I don't know how I missed. Not only did it say it, but like there was like a little piece of paper like hanging from it. Like it was bad. It was bad. I was like, I don't know how. I did not.
For what?
So in Resident Evil, every time there's like something that you break and it's like collectibles. So in 9, you saw it was the bobbleheads. So the very first bobblehead was the time that I was like, oh my gosh, guys, this is the whole stream. And I was just like making the bobbleheads thing.
Oh, and you were
I
dancing,
never broke that one. Yes, but I never broke that bobblehead. And Britt was so angry the entire game because she was like, Krista, it literally, like there was literally a piece of paper stuck to the bobblehead that was like, find us, break us. And I was like,
listen, sometimes you just gotta dance. Sometimes you just gotta dance
I never broke that one.
Listen, I also didn't notice it, and I'm the one who fucking clipped it.
And Britt was like, you left it the whole time.
Oh, Mizora, you've got some shit for me?
I really thought I did well. I really thought I thought I explored and I looked everywhere. I only got 18 out of the 25 bobbleheads, and I thought I looked everywhere. I only got 18 out of the 25.
He hasn't died.
And I never found the last combination. So there's more I missed somewhere because I never found the last combination. And somebody on, oh yeah, when I was scrolling through TikTok today, I saw that the roulette wheel that I kept spinning that I was like, what the fuck, was, there's a roulette puzzle. You gotta replay it. I don't know if I want to replay it though. I might replay it to achievement hunt, but I don't know. I definitely can't play it on like turbo difficulty. Like that just can't happen. Replay it? Like so close to it?
The broken world? Jesus Christ.
So, but I just played it 2 days ago. You want to replay it? I'm also kind of like, I don't know. I'm a little cocky about it.
So many
like,
things.
I'm a little cocky about it because I see people who have been playing it for like 3 days now, and I'm like, psh, I did that shit in one sitting. And Dirge also got an achievement that I didn't get, and I'm like, what the fuck? How did he get this? I don't know where it is. Can I look at other achievements in this game?
Yeah, that's my girlfriend.
Yeah, so Dirge got this one. Right? So
Gross.
there's a one here, and it's... Craft every possible item with Leon. Again, I thought I did a lot of that, but I guess not. Insanity.
I don't like this.
Yeah, use
bitch.
an ink ribbon to save at a typewriter. I didn't find an ink ribbon. The typewriter, I'm assuming, is the one that's on the broken one on the desk at RPD, is the one I'm assuming. But I didn't find an ink ribbon either. So there's clearly stuff I didn't find. But I felt like I really was doing good. Defeat a chunk as Grace? What the hell's a chunk? What's a chunk? Open every safe. I missed 2 because I never went. I found the other combination when I was in the basement, but I never went back because the basement was a fucking insane. And so I was like, I'm not gonna go back. And then I never found the combination for the last one. So I only missed 2 safes in the whole game. And I missed 2 BSAA containers in the whole game too.
Am I worthy?
Complete the main story by releasing Elpis within 4 hours. Bro, how do you do the care center in 4 hours? I think you did good. You just weren't as thorough as you could have been if you coped with it. But that's what I'm saying is I thought that I did. Like, I kept, like, I would go into a room and I would check the whole room and then I would go back and I would, like, I really thought that I did. I thought I was looking through everything. Like, I really, really thought. You moved the game pretty fast. You didn't really. I thought I did. I thought I did look around. I looked at a lot.
Fine.
I went back to a lot of places several times too. Especially
Big
if I saw on my
bad.
map that I was missing something. I tried to go back.
Okay, bye.
Oh, all the bodies are
Anybody
just
else
bags now.
need
That's
a
no
talking
fun.
to?
Oh no, they're not even bags. They're just gone. All the bodies are gone. GG.
Yeah.
All the bodies are gone. My pile
I
of
see
bodies
see
is
one.
gone.
There's still one.
There's a body. It's this man.
And body.
A Radin. Who thinks he's named
And
Aladdin, but he's not even cool enough.
Did somebody
What a
zombie?
loser. Scratch wants to
Zombie fighting. Scratch! Oh, why didn't I? Why
Y'all
is that
hate to
not
see me
on
play
my
games.
mother-
Sometimes I do.
fucking-
Sometimes I do. Sometimes, like, sometimes I'll just be like, I want to do the story and I want to get the story done, and I'm not concerned about the goings on of everything else. And then there are other games that I'm just like, I would need to explore every single inch. But I also, like, again,
Yeah.
like Baldur's Gate, I've done everything and I've gone everywhere and I've seen everything and touched everything and my entire map has been and then I'll play with somebody and they'll find something. You know, like it just happens, you know. Last of Us. I've played The Last of Us on PS3, on PS4, and on PC, and I still have found things. Like I found a fucking one of the Firefly pendants that I was like, I never knew this was here.
Why?
Like Kingdom Come, I'm just like beelining the story quests because I've lost interest in the world around me.
Right. Why are you telling me? Why are you making me do this dialogue over and over and over again?
Does Will keep popping up with a exclamation?
How I? Yeah, and it's the same. It's the same conversation. It's
Oh my
been
gosh! Look at
several
this!
streams.
Wait! Stop! Everywhere! Are. No! Come back! Look at this graffiti on the wall.
This one?
No, right here. It's like a
This
like a
one?
yeah. He's got like an axe and like he's got like a little
guy?
dude in his hand. Yeah.
He's like, wee!
Wee!
It's still an exclamation point.
He might be bugged out right now. Let me talk to him.
Okay.
Don't forget Karlach is not.
God's damn her straight. Just look at. I'd be not
Warlock pacts tend to be unforgiving from what you know of them.
It's Mazor before I was in, but I promise you, every thrust of my
Mazora.
blade, it was worth.
All right, he's gone now. Oh wait,
Still
he's
there.
not gone.
I don't. Nope, still there. Who knows?
I might have a couple to catch
Let's
up on.
talk.
Yeah, see, I have a couple to catch up on. Okay. Let's try.
Gotcha.
Mate,
You sense uncertainty.
these murders aren't random. But be my mirror. But I will slay their monsters. Keep them safe.
Still there. I don't know what the fuck.
It's going away, but it's coming back.
Yes, I'm not
It's
about
so crazy.
to make such a sacrifice. Not now. Not ever.
Okay,
Not
that's fine, you don't have
ever.
to.
No. This is one offer I...
And it's back.
Okay, whatever.
What is happening? It's fine.
He's bugged. He's bugged out. It's fine.
Yeah.
I don't care enough about Will, to be totally honest.
Yeah, I just don't want it to like prevent us from doing anything because there's stuff, you know?
Oh no, we did the Dragon Quest. So, hi, Steph.
I like this this quote. Titties, 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 titties.
Okay,
I know
titties.
that it's like not a fun. What's happening? Oh, YT heard titties.
Yeah. So there was
How
a
do I
point
get-
in time where I streamed with somebody who had a PG stream, and therefore my stream had to also coincide with that and be PG. And when that person and I went our separate ways, and people were so surprised because I started cursing.
Titties? Titties nuts. Hello? I forgot to group with Karlach. Okay, hold on.
I like that
Can I
quote
get
from
out?
Mock. The nuts are under the manor. Because I actually know the context of that. I quite literally was eating a banana split, and I was like, "Ew! Like, why is like the why are like the nuts like at the very bottom of like my banana split?"
Is my quote bot working? Yeah, I'm getting both. Yeah. So we got
So many
Pinxel bot,
nuts.
and
I'm
we've
just
got Geyser
overflowing
bot.
with nuts.
Yep. Pink and I use the same bot, and so we have the same, like, default bot commands.
Yeah.
Let me go get my girlfriend. I forgot my girlfriend. Give me a second.
I told
I left
you.
her.
I told you.
I was distracted. I was just...
But I told you. Did she hit the
What do you
button
mean she's
when I
too
told
far
you?
away? Is she not here?
Oh my gosh, she lost her.
I did. I lost her. I don't know where she
You
is.
lost your girlfriend? She's in the
She was in
tower
the
by
tower.
herself.
She was in the tower.
She's just standing looking at a wall in the tower by her fucking self. No way. No way.
Okay.
Oh my god. Did you guys see? Did you guys
Staring at the
see how she treats Karlach? She just left Karlach looking at a wall in the library with the wrench.
Okay.
Some of you are too young for that reference. I'll tell you
It was
what.
unintentional.
I'll tell you what.
Oh.
Oh my gosh, is there a
I
cult, like,
understand that reference.
I didn't say you were too young. I said some of you are too young. Is there a multiplayer of
Pink
that
was the
computer
bot.
game?
Of Clue?
Yeah. What should I say it for them? They can't know.
There's... Oh, sorry.
They have to discover
my
it
God.
on their own.
Probably.
Like, I would
Probably.
totally play that. Oh, isn't it Cluedo though?
In England.
But isn't that what
It's
the game,
Clue
the video game
here.
is? Yeah, but isn't the video
I don't
game
know.
Cluedo? Oh, I thought Key plays Cluedo.
Should have seen how I treated Leah and started. I treated her great. I gave her things I found on the ground all the time, which is what she wanted. She
None of you guys would
liked...
ever guess who I romanced in Stardew, and Brit, you're not allowed to say anything.
Sebastian?
Nope.
Really?
Yep. It's the same. It's the
No,
same in
I
Baldur's
know.
Gate as
Nope, I know. I do know because I told you that I don't like that person. You're like, I romance them every
That's right. That's right. You're like, I hate him, and I'm like, I romance him every time. That's so funny.
I romanced him in my JoJo playthrough because
Your
I was
evil
like, I'm gonna do the
playthrough.
opposite I've ever
Oh
done.
my god. He's so sweet.
He's such a dick.
He just likes his sports ball, okay?
You can like sports ball and not be an asshole.
He just wants to be a famous sports ball player, and people don't understand his dreams. And he just wants to eat his eggs, and he wants to play his sports ball. Okay?
You can eat eggs and play sports ball and not be a dick.
He was not a dick to me.
What are you? Did you not pay attention to any of the dialogue options?
Wait, where the hell are you? You're in
trying
the
to
tower?
leave. I'm trying to leave.
Just the teleport is right outside the door.
I know. I'm just going down the stairs. Hi. So remember when I used the wrong portal?
Correct.
And then everyone got mad at me?
Yes. So are you not allowed inside anymore?
Oh.
Ever?
I
Oh,
hope
no.
you enjoy this
Ever?
curated selection of goods.
We'll
for-
find out.
Take your time.
Damn.
I keep missing by one!
Is this a flower for his butthole? And the context is The Witcher 3. Interesting. Interesting.
I don't want to surrender.
Flower for his
Do you want to bail me out of jail again, or should we attack?
We don't really have a lot of money left over because we've been spending it like crazy.
So we should attack.
Thank you for visiting.
I suppose.
All I have is surrender or attack because I couldn't pass
right.
that wisdom check.
Okay. The poisoned butt plugs? That was pre-poisoned butt plugs. That was the pre-poisoned butt plug era.
Oh. Poison butt plugs are forever. Immune to psychic damage. Okay.
Oh my gosh, mouse, chill. Jeez. No, I'm trying to look at you, examine. Yeah, electricity, okay.
Uh-oh.
I didn't put any electric spells on it. I didn't think we'd be fighting these guys. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Alright. This is not gonna push him back. Oh, it will? No shot. Okay. I'm amazing.
Hee hee. Oh, my girlfriend's time to fight. Okay, we'll rage real quick. I'm sorry, did you just do 109 damage? No. I saw 109 and I was like, excuse me? Poor fucker.
Despite everything.
Poor fucker.
I need to remember that I can make her Lorg.
You can make her Larg.
I need to rage. I need to rage first so that she doesn't take as much damage.
Do you have any movement left?
As Karlach, I will take an attack of opportunity.
No, I meant you, but it's not your turn.
It's not my turn.
Yeah.
Do what you gotta do.
No.
Do what you gotta do.
No.
Okay.
It will hurt you. A lot. Alright, maybe I can do this one. Okay. this.
Witch bolt.
Witch bolt. Witch bolt. Witch bolt.
Witch bolt. That.
This bolt. I fucking knew. I knew it. Leave my little sword alone. It's true, Nikki. Once you know the truth, there's no going back. Boom.
These are all the ones that murdered me last time.
Legs are falling asleep.
Nice. Leg.
My
You don't
leg.
have legs. It's a lie.
No, I'm a streamer.
Streamers don't have legs.
That's made up.
Okay, let me just keep doing. Do a flourish could be fun. Psychic damage is not gonna help anything. Okay, I'll just attack. Oh look, there's my poison butt plug right there. My drow poison. Stab.
Miss.
I missed. Oh, great. Cool, and he saved. Amazing. Get out of the way. You're so good.
Oh, I know you're not coming in here to hit me.
Uh-oh.
Wow. Fuck me in particular,
He
right?
missed. Yeah.
Well, he didn't miss.
What's crazy is that I'm the one, Gertrude, that caused the trouble, but he's over here attacking you. Uh-oh.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
Uh-oh. Goodbye.
Another step forward.
See you later.
It was nice knowing ya. Okay, well, that was rude. Fuck this bitch. Can I not go around? Okay, let me
Picasso.
move first.
Pablo Picasso.
Pablo Picasso.
Pablo Picasso. Wait, is he Italian? That's what my trivia bot is asking.
Goodbye.
Spain. Oh, I guess Pablo. Sure.
Have to keep going.
Pablo Picasso.
That tracks.
Want to see something cool?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. I can't get over here yet. Why? I can reach. Get out of here. Target is blocked. It's not. There we go.
Goodbye.
Why does it say target is blocked? It's literally not.
Literally.
Okay, well, I guess I can't do something cool because it's saying target blocked, but it's not.
Rude. Rude.
All right, hold on. I will do this instead. Maybe it is the door.
The door. I hope Karlach is just like so angry. Oh. Wall.
That's cool. Get it?
Literally. Literally.
Get it? 'Cause it's ice.
It's literally cool.
It's literally ice.
I wonder if this is gonna become a problem.
Not enough movement.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Blessies.
Thanks.
Don't. Don't. Blessies.
Thank you.
Bitch. Start this.
No way.
Drop your shit. Oh, is that it? That killed her? Amazing. Don't you hurt my girlfriend.
Yeah. Okay, well. Okay, well.
Okay, well, okay, well,
I
okay.
need something that's not gonna hit my friends. Okay, hold on.
Or any of these bystanders. Because
I don't really care about the
maybe
bystanders. That's not really my responsibility.
Saves me.
And they're not my sponsorability.
They're called bystanders, not my standards.
Yeah. Are you guys fighting in a city? They started it.
Okay. Well, yes and no.
Okay, Gigi wanted to. Gigi was getting arrested and she said no. So, take that how you will.
For fuck's sake.
So, take that how you will.
I just missed fucking everything. Great. How possibly? There we go. It's like, Jesus Christ, he has like 20 hit points.
And then they just go right back to entertaining. Listen, it's cold out. It's hot out there for a hoe.
You can loot the body.
Huh?
You can loot the body.
Who's looting the body?
Me.
Is it red? Oh, it is red. Yeah, they'll probably be upset about it.
You don't have that much gold. I mean, I do have that much gold. Okay.
Okay, go ahead and try. Oh my god.
Why are we fighting fucking everyone?
No, we're just fighting the guard. And the guard over there. And the guard over there. And the guard over there. They're all the guards that are just standing here watching us stealing. These ones and these ones. You're completely cut out by Discord right now, by the way.
I just wanted to see.
Why are we fighting everyone?
I don't wanna fight all these people. Okay.
Oh god. It's very funny to me at this point.
Just drop your shit. Okay. My bad.
Why are we fighting everyone? 4 guards staring at her.
I didn't see all the guards. Okay. I didn't think looting the bodies of the people that we just killed... Let me heal you.
Okay, so murder's fine. Looting? Absolutely the fuck not.
Right? Exactly. They didn't have a problem with the
have
fact that
some
we just took
respect
down
for
and
the
killed-
dead, Gigi.
They didn't have a problem with the fact that we just killed 3 other guards.
No,
and
because
a
you have to
Still
respect
watch.
the dead. Come on.
Why is that a bigger crime than murder? The logic in this town makes no sense.
Because it was self-defense. It wasn't. But, you know. We'll go with it.
It was. They were trying to arrest me. I was trying to defend myself.
From arrest?
Yeah.
Okay. Just checking. Oh, thanks.
You're welcome.
Cool. I can heal myself now, too. Nice.
Hunt and kill. You're correct.
Oh! Tripped a bitch.
That was mean. Stop. Did she just kill herself? Or did you just reaction murder her?
Hold on. Okay, yeah, she got hit with psychic damage
happened?
when I... Okay. Yes. I counterspelled her, or whatever.
Gotcha.
No, I used psionic backlash, is what it was. Yeah, those are
can't
her
just
morals.
murder and
You have
loot,
to have
you-
respect.
Okay.
We don't kink shame here. We've talked about this.
I guess I'll murder her first. Nope. I sure won't.
I'll shoot him in the back, though. I'll give him a back shot.
I'm absolutely fucking useless. I'm just gonna... I missed both of them. Backshots? Ayo. Why is everybody just attacking you?
Because I'm the weakest.
That's true, but that's still crazy.
I'm not even. Astarion's technically the weakest. I don't know how that's even a thing. Oh, my constitution is reduced by 5 while I have the... Okay. Well, I have the book. I need to do remove first after this.
Book.
Shove him.
Oh, I guess I don't have votes turned on for subscribers. Just VIPs. That's crazy. That doesn't make sense. I'll fix that.
It should be a hierarchy according to... Mix it up. So VIPs are under... No, maybe they're not under subs. They're not. That's why. Subs is under VIPs.
Oh, well, Mix It Up is frozen anyway.
Oh.
I don't know what the fuck is going on with Mix It
But
Up.
it
Everything
just reacted, so that's weird.
I know. That's super weird.
I don't know what's going on, buddy. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I wanted to see that shit work. Come on. You think you passed out? Well, you said BRB like right when stream started, so yeah. What did you do? Did you like turn on a game or something?
This is mountier than an arm, twice as full of sight.
Mix It Up doesn't even want to reload. There we go.
It just did, because it welcomed horsemen.
Yeah. Everyone's about to get welcomed, bitch!
Psionic backlash. Oh, you...
Ow. Get charmed.
Bro, how did I do a whole fight with just the two of us? And every time I'm in a group, I'm just down.
Batman's dead. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Wait, you killed my spiritual weapon.
I didn't.
You did, look.
How did I kill your spiritual weapon?
Karlach used... Oh, just a spiritual weapon disappeared? But it happened at the same time? What? That's fucking bullshit.
That's crazy. Bullshit.
Honestly, I was like, I wouldn't even call it surfing. Adding stuff to playlists I'll never watch or listen to. Podcasts, stand-up comedy, and consumed none of it. Oh, you mean like my Steam library? Wait, no, don't call myself out. Wait. Wait. Ouch. That hurts. Don't say that.
What?
I want this to work once.
No.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
I banished him. I banished him to the Fey realm.
Fey realm?
The Fey realm. You don't supply all of my...
You don't supply all of your entertainment?
I didn't say that. I said
Wow.
my Steam library. No. Like my Steam library, like myself. Like that's what I do to myself. Like I add a bunch of stuff to my Steam that I'm gonna play.
Face the justice of
Hey!
Lord Enver
Wait!
Gortash.
Whoa! Hey! No!
The parasite reels in your skull.
I ain't getting
Something in the
arrested
steel
now.
watcher
Bullshit.
Tugs at your mind.
Oh my god, there's no way. There's no...
It's all because I used the wrong fucking portal. All of this is because I used the
It's
wrong
fine, I rolled a
fucking
nat 20.
portal.
Something stirs.
It's
deep
fine, I
within
rolled a
you
nat 20.
And alert. It's taking something you'll never get back.
Apologies, citizen. Your record is clean.
Yeah, remember that bitch.
Please enjoy the
I'm not
city
associated
and
with this
remain
other one over
vigilant.
here.
Okay. Problem
I
portals in
cannot be
general.
held
I don't need to-
responsible for everything that this stranger that I've
dare
totally
you?
never met before.
Everything this what?
This
Everything
stranger
this
that
what?
I've never met before. I've never associated with her before. I have no idea how all this blood got on me. That's insane. Hi, Mir. Welcome in. How are you? Hey, Horseman rolled a 20 as well. Let's go.
Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Where are we going? What should
Oh,
we
I was
do?
just wondering because I was just pretending that I don't know you. I was just wondering. All right, what do we have left to do? Okay, hold on.
Fine. Talk to the editor.
There's honestly there's so
We've
much
got
to do
so
in
much to
here.
do.
Like look at how much of the map we still haven't touched yet.
I know.
And there's so many markers.
Well,
There's
let's
so many
do
stores.
We can do the stop the presses.
Oh wait, can we go eventually? I would like to head towards the Elf Song Tavern, which is. Can I tag on here? No. This one. Oh. Okay. It's this one up here. I'd like
Adding
to
a
head
little marker
in this
marker?
direction. We don't have to do this,
Okay.
but I would like to start in that direction. Just because there's just one thing in there I want.
Didn't notice I was inside already. Happens.
The call's coming
let's
from
do-
inside the house.
Listen, my bot froze. I had to refresh it, which means everyone gets welcomed in again. That means
Maybe we're just really
feel
happy you're here, chat. Like, I don't
I'm
understand.
just happy to see you. I don't
We
see
just
why
want-
you're
welcome,
upset about this.
welcome in. Welcome here. You're welcome here.
Welcome to the nonsense and the madness.
You are welcome to the stream.
Actually, not madness. Everything is going fine.
Am I ready to pass out? Want to
and
say
normal
hi?
And perfect. Hi.
Hi.
Is this what I have to do?
I rolled a
Falal?
7 and got a
Falal?
20 in wife. Ow. Nikki's really good at flirting.
Hey, that was a good line. Not gonna lie.
That was a good one.
I liked it.
I got a nat 20. It'd be even better if your name was actually Nat, though.
Hey.
That's just
What do I think of Lord Gortash's still watch?
Hear that, nerds? You have to go. You have to get yourself a girlfriend whose name is Natalie or something along those lines. So you could be like, hey, you're a Nat 20. But then when she's being really shitty, you could be like, you're being a Nat 1 right now.
Oh my god.
To make an automaton have manners.
As long as they do their jobs, they can sing sea shanties.
No? Do I go inside?
Where?
The Gazette.
Yeah, you can go in the Gazette. The Gazette's not bad. We also might want to rest just like for future because I don't know if I can trust you.
Wow! Wow!
I don't
want.
I don't know how else to say that. I don't know if you can be trusted to not pick something up you're not supposed to.
I'm hurt. I feel betrayed. I can't
Anyways,
believe.
I'll meet you at camp.
You wanna go rest?
Yes, please. Oh gosh. That's funny as shit.
I'm upset.
I was like, I don't even know how to say this, but I was like, I'm just gonna say it.
No, it's fine. I
Alright,
can't
hold on,
be
I actually do have to
trusted.
I just said I didn't say you can't be trusted. I just said I don't know if I can trust you. There's a big difference.
No, that is not what you said. I'm gonna watch the clip and we're gonna find out.
Oh, maybe I did say you can't be trusted.
Mm-hmm.
Well, because the whole thing was you can't be trusted to not loot something or to like not touch something like that you're not supposed to. But then it just like I said you can't be trusted, and then I was like I can't. Like this just sounds so shitty no matter what.
No, it's cool. It's fine.
No. It's fine.
No, it's
Everything's
fine.
fine.
It's fine. No, don't worry about it. I'm not.
Great. It's great.
Upset.
Exactly.
Take the pain away.
Should be upset that was uncalled for. I know.
Listen, guys, the truth
Well,
sometimes
don't worry.
is not
She
what we want to
already
hear.
said that. She already said that she didn't want to associate with me.
I didn't say I don't want to associate with you. I said I can't be associated with her. I can't. For
You're right,
legal
that's
reasons.
so much
For
better.
legal reasons, I cannot be associated with you. Yes, you are a criminal, and I cannot be associated. Correct.
No, it's fine.
My arrest record is clean. Thank you.
Technically, so is mine. I didn't get arrested, except in the first town.
Here.
Nobody cuffed me here. It's fine.
Yeah. She didn't get locked up in prison here. It's fine.
Listen.
Can we talk about what just happened? Can we talk about what just happened? You got caught robbing a dead body in front of 4 guards and were like, why is everyone upset with me?
Okay. Wow. They weren't mad about the murder.
They weren't mad about the murder.
Picking the pockets.
It's called respecting the dead.
Apparently that's a bigger crime than murder. You know what's pretty disrespectful of the dead? Murder.
You
But they
can't
don't
murder
care.
a dead body.
Watch me. That kind of cuffed. Am I right? Listen, you don't know me. Murder.
Judas. Alright, you good to rest now?
Yes.
Okay.
I guess.
Oh my gosh. You know this is what people
I
come
don't know.
here for.
Do you even want to
You
sleep
know
in
this is
camp
what
with
people
me?
come here for.
Do you
That's what I
even-
put. That's why I
do
put the
you even
divider up.
You sleep,
Wow.
but the wicked don't.
Oh.
Someone is here to disturb your rest.
God damn it. Can people stop attacking
My
us?
wife! You can't have him.
Brother, we're here to take you home.
The master needs all 7 of us for the ceremony.
Internet
I
moms are
have
fighting
no
again.
fucking spell slots. That's why I'm resting. It's
We'll
so
live again.
disrespectful to interrupt me while I'm trying to recharge my spell slots. That's fucking rude.
Do we have
Just
a get
keep it
triggered
down.
bitch
I'm
command?
trying to
Oh, we
rest.
should.
What?
Hey Moles, can you download and send me that audio so that I can make a get triggered bitch command? That'd be great.
The right. The master needs him. He must attend.
Oh,
You
I'm
did?
well aware of what the master
Okay.
needs.
I'll scroll back through our DMs to see if I can find it.
But don't we deserve better?
Better? What do you mean, better?
His name's
After all these
Leon.
centuries of torment, I know what you all want. More than power. More than to walk in the sun.
You're almost sure? Okay.
You want to see him dead.
It's what people come for? Us
right to
fighting with
profane
each other?
attention will be mine. And he won't see a scrap
What do you
of its glory.
mean?
I am going to complete the ritual as
No,
the Senate,
Arham.
and then I am going to kill him. This is your chance.
He mad.
Stand with me. Name me your new master.
I'll time you
will
out
get
so
our
fast.
And you will all live again.
His liar's smile spells danger. He knows full well that his kin will
Just a
die in
little?
the ritual. But if any of the bearers of the
No.
scar die before
Well,
the
he's had a
ritual
Shakespearean
begins,
death, if you know what I
he will
mean.
lose his chance
I
to
mean, he has
perform
died
the
a few
rite
times in
himself.
fights.
He needs them
Or
to
been
run
down, yeah.
willingly to their
That's
deaths, thinking they
not what I was
stand a
talking about.
chance against their master.
He died. He's died several little deaths.
Several small deaths.
Hey yo. Ayo is correct.
Oh, sorry, I don't get your perverted little jokes, you pervert.
You're free of him. Petrus was right. You've changed. Maybe you could complete the ritual.
Exactly.
Maybe you could free us.
Le petit mort. Little
We can
death.
get back at Cazador and finish the ritual. The 7 can unite. And, oh,
Uh-oh. You okay? You okay,
Nope.
girly pop?
Nope.
the bonds hold.
He.
He owns us. We have no choice.
Oh, I thought that
We
said
must
bones. It says
obey.
bonds. Never mind.
Get out of here.
Well, we can't
Sorry.
get back to the Underdark because we're in Act 3.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. He might go down in this, though, because I have no fucking spells. Wait, are you
That's what-
giving me full spells?
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
Oh, no, okay. Whatever.
We get full health, but not full spell? That's crazy.
It's okay. Just do a little blaze. Just a little blaze. Just a little blaze.
Okay, noted. I was just about to use a fire arrow, so I will not do
Just
that.
a little blaze. You can use a fire arrow. I mean, they're not gonna slip anymore, but yeah. Hold on, let me line this shit up real good.
Extra ice.
Listen.
How do I?
Fuck you, Leon.
Here. And here. This is gonna roast them and toast them. Might even kill all of them.
Love.
Oh, okay. Did a lot of damage though. Nice. Oh, hold on. I can surge it. I can do that again. Oh no, I can't.
Nice.
No, you only get one per. That's fine. One of these. One of these.
Hi, Arhan. Can't time out in here? I can, though.
Oh my gosh. Someone else will. I have faith. Night, I'm about to pass out. Good night. Good night, Mir. Thanks for popping in.
They disappeared. But
Yeah.
I wouldn't. You don't know me.
I would.
You don't know.
I'm a mod. Hold on. I'm a mod in GG stream. Hold on.
Oh. Can I mock you to death?
What a mess. Well, at least you've met my family now.
Oh, everything a little fucked, but that's okay.
Yeah, see, don't test me.
What does it matter?
Oh,
There's
it's
only
very
6
white
of them,
because of the
and they
light
are
behind them.
vampire spawn.
I have like the weird audience thing, and I don't have the actual dialogue, which is cute and fun.
Where are we and what are we doing? We're in the lower city of Baldur's Gate, and we are finishing up some companion quests before we do some main stuff, which is why I can't kill Astarion right now.
That, and because why would we want to?
We aren't like them. We are better.
Why?
Everything has changed. What matters now is that I can stand up to Cazador. He will be
Yeah, this is the part. This is the Astarion I don't like.
And he'll be
Yeah, we're gonna
even
do
more
Astarion's
furious when I
quest, and
get to
no,
that
I'm not
crypt.
doing the bad
And
ending of
stop
Astarion's quest.
For what it's worth, thank you. No matter what happens down there, you helped
That's
me
what she said?
stand up against him.
Okay, now can we go to fucking sleep, or does someone else want to bother us again?
Bother us?
Bother us.
Just let us sleep. There's
Just
been
let me
shit
sleep, please. I'm
going
so
on.
tired.
Every single night we've needed to sleep. Still breathing. What is this? My real life?
And also, how do so many people know where our camp is?
You'd think that we would have planned it better.
So many people just know how to show up here, and I'm like,
Be a
excuse
little
me.
bit less obvious.
Excuse me. Maybe there are signs but like, what do the signs say? Fuck Tav's fucking camp? Like, what are the signs saying?
Yeah.
Something on
Free
your
room and
mind?
fucking board here? Like,
Why only the truth? That you bear the blame for the Duke's untimely demise.
camp this way.
Such a loyal servant of the city, so eager to hear of your exploits.
It's unfortunate
me,
that she's
darling,
dead
how is
because
she?
we could totally save him. Yeah, she's gone for good.
What a shame. Ravengard, Floric, Baldur's Gate has lost its brightest
Yeah, I did not know
stars.
Floric would fight you if you
Someone will need to step
built
up
that.
and lead in their absence.
Well,
A man with the spirit of a
know
dragon.
now. We've
The Duke's
We've
son.
learned so many things.
learned. So much learning. Apparently, if you go out the wrong portal in the thing, then
absolutists want to
all of the
number
guards
on
want you
me at
dead.
moonrise.
Yeah, you
And
can't
you're
go
the
back in
best
if you
hope
go in the
I've
wrong
got at
portal.
payback. No one crosses the Hell's Children without
Every dick
getting
is a waste of dick. I stand by that.
You are an inquisitive one. I'd have thought you'd figured by now.
Let's put a thing in the place.
Zariel found new use for an old battle axe.
The dead
We need to
three
play
in that
Schedule 1
bulging
again.
brain of theirs are a threat to more than this trifling city, you know. Savor her company. Who's to say when Zariel might change her
Oh
mind?
my god, that was not.
My mistress can be so
It's not anus.
capricious. The 9 hells of Beator.
Okay.
Each its own domain. Each
You'd
with
sell
its
yourself to
own
Mizora.
archdevil to rule it.
Did you do the do with
I
Mizora?
call the first hell my home, Avernus.
What?
My mistress Zariel's
You can do the do with
realm,
Mizora.
a torrid battleground.
When she first shows up,
split
there's the
by
line to be
bloody
like, "What are
waters
you,
of the
hot thing or
Styx.
whatever?" Yeah, you can flirt with her.
How I adore
But most people are like, "Ooh,
the
no, bitch, what are
delicious
you? Why are
agony
you
of
here?"
it all.
But some people are like, "Oh, hi,
The
why
other
are you
8,
here?"
well, they are pleasures unto themselves.
She does have that deep V.
Perhaps I'll show you myself.
Those
If
two
I
together is a
deem you
wild pull.
worthy.
Yeah, sometimes the R2 quote bots conspire against us.
No, sometimes they're perfect, and sometimes, yeah, sometimes you're like,
must
"Wow,
know,
I can't
was scouting the
remember those
cultists
things
on
coming out of my
behalf
mouth."
Zariel, but those cursed
But
shadows
yeah,
were
you can
thick
search
enough to
by a
fell even
keyword. Did you guys know that?
half-fiend. I woke in that damned pod. It
Moles
kept
does it all the
my
time.
Body sealed and my
Yeah.
most powerful
So does Aya.
magic silenced. But a brave,
Real talk?
kind, benevolent soul set me free. Gallantry isn't dead after all.
That was me. That was me the other day. That was me. That was me last week.
Oh my god, that's a penis. Cake.
Cake, 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 cake. That's a penis. Cake, 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 cake.
Inquisitor Wolf. Hello. How everything? Everything's fine. We're doing great. How are you? Welcome in. Lovely to see you. We're this is
I
my
think
first
so.
playthrough, by the way.
Let me see.
That's scary. We're just being fun, chill vibes today. So if you want to just like hang out and be cool, we're cool here. We're just cool.
Okay, not without mods, Britt.
Can we go
You
back
can
to
romance
Mizora's
multiple
outfit?
You can romance multiple characters until Act 2 when you're forced to choose. But you can do it with the mods. Okay, sorry.
No, you're good.
Leave. Oh, also right there. I think when she says if you're going to be staying, I want something in return, I think you can bone her there. Will, why are we...
Really?
Why...
Vampires.
Because I chose that dialogue option and it was just like,
horde of them.
Oh, I think you had to flirt with her
I'm
first,
gonna
then,
help
maybe.
you. Okay.
Here, let me see. I'll do it. For science.
For
Little
science.
Will's all grown up.
I
can't wait to see
Oh,
what
it's making me do
trouble
another one.
he
Okay.
gets into.
You forced me to make it
Impost
impossible.
a single soul. I never not very valorous.
Yeah,
if
yeah,
you
yeah. I
ask
already
me.
did this. Okay, you're gonna be
But
saying something.
why? I tell you what.
Yeah,
No,
that's what
okay.
I got.
Yeah, because I didn't flirt with her. I think if you flirted with her when she first shows up. Oh my gosh, is this little girl... Are we supposed to believe this little girl is drawing all these? Because do you see where one of these drawings is? Ain't no way. No way. She would die.
Is this a different graffiti?
Look.
Maybe, listen, maybe she got some magic help. But also, that's hilarious if it is the little child that's doing
Right,
all
I
this
think it is.
graffiti.
I think it is. Because they're just like little, goofy little kids' drawings. Like there's one over behind Shadowheart that looks like a guy shooting like lasers out of his eyes. And then, yeah, there's the monster with the big axe. And then this looks like a dog and like a spider and like a guy. And this is like...
hilarious.
Yeah, I think it's the little girl.
That's so funny.
But my gods, I wanted to. I couldn't do it.
Oh, I haven't talked.
The paper machete personality boy. Oh my god. Or do you mean your paper mache personality boy?
Papier mache.
Papier mache. Will. I can't stand Will.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Will?
Sorry to be that guy. Some people are like, he's so sweet. And I'm like, he's so annoying.
Back to the Gazette where nothing bad will happen at all.
Listen, I've never gotten into a fight in here. That's all I will say.
You ever heard of this many?
I just don't like him. I don't know. I think the whole, like, I wanted to be a superhero, so I made a deal with the devil story is very lame. Personally.
But what if I want to use the basement elevator?
That's a very pretty man.
Who do I need?
Only Master Needle is permitted access to the print works.
Who?
The one that you were talking to a second ago that looks like it was one of the girls' faces with a beard.
Hmm.
Guard Vlomina. Oh, it is a woman's body.
Afraid I'll have to ask you to stop there. Only Etfard's allowed to use the basement elevator.
Oh, okay. Sure. No judgment. Just confused. Is Hadass murder a psychostone? Yes. Yes.
But it does have to be
Orin.
catchy.
Orin is still alive, yes.
There's no bloody
We have not
point
killed
sending it to
Orin
printed
yet.
folk.
Your
next
She took
celebrity.
Lizelle though.
Yeah.
Then I won't ask what I wanted to ask. Yeah, no. She took Lizelle.
Rogue.
That's all we've done so far. That is as far as we've gotten.
I've never heard so much violence against. The truth will be out with tomorrow's broadsheet.
Circus freaks
People
before.
will spit in your face. Your very presence will be bad for business. You'll be a pariah, an outcast, as you should be.
Okay, you need to fucking.
We can only hope the fists do their duty and escort.
Why
you
is
to
this
the
man
gallows.
so mad at me?
Your days of scumming up this good city streets will be over.
What did I do?
I would never reveal my sources, and certainly not to the likes of
Oh
you.
my gosh, she took the kid and fed the kid's cat.
Besides,
I got so mad. That's
you're
funny.
too late. The headlines are loaded into the print works already. Tomorrow, you
The
will
print
feel
works
the power of
already.
free speech.
Already.
Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Vox Dei.
Guards! I believe our distinguished
You're
guest
too
is
late.
just leaving. Would you
They're on
care
the
to
place.
escort them out?
I don't wanna.
Oh my god.
I have two options. We could just leave, or
Okay, so this is the criminal playthrough. Like,
I'm not a criminal. I just want to kill the article. I don't want to. I'm not gonna attack the guards. I'm not a psycho, Ray.
You don't have permission to be here.
What?
You're about to be ejected.
I can't believe it. I don't even know her.
I could have fought them.
I don't even know her.
But I'm murderous? I could... They locked the door?
Good.
You can get in the back. No, seriously, there's a thing up here.
Yeah. Fireball solves all locks.
She doesn't need ideas. She doesn't need ideas. She's very good at doing them already.
At doing what?
Ideas.
Seems like the best way.
Hi, Diver. Listen. I don't fireball locks. I don't have fireball. I do have very nimble fingers. Da 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 da.
Thank you.
And I can I can just.
I have fireball. I'm not
How do I
encouraging
get
it.
in? You said there was a back door?
Yeah.
Where?
Look up.
Where this man is?
Look up.
Up?
Up. Look up.
Oh, how the fuck? How the fuck? How the fuck? How the fuck?
Hello.
How the
I'm
fuck?
gay.
How did you get it? Huh? Excuse me?
Hello?
How did you get there?
I Misty stepped up here.
Oh. Just jump? Okay. But I can't. Karlach doesn't have Misty Step.
Karlach might be able to jump.
Jump?
She
Up
can
there?
Jump very far.
That is very far.
Yeah, she can jump very far. That's what I'm saying.
But that is very far.
But she can jump very far, is what I'm saying.
Oh my gosh. Let's see. Oh my god, Karlach can totally jump up there. Okay.
Right, I know, because I tried before.
Oh, well.
That's it, I wanted you to do it. I wanted you to see.
And then Misty Step, your graded ideas.
With strength jumps like Superman, yeah.
Boop. Hey, we did it. Okay, inside.
She also
Are you
can
already
throw very
inside?
far. There's also another way over here if you come up the ladder.
A ladder.
Yeah, it's right here.
Ladder. Can also throw very far. She could throw me.
So I made this hole.
Uh-huh.
You could jump in it.
Great.
Oh, we can't jump in it? Then why is this here? Wait, I can. Hold on. Why won't you go? Hold on, what if I do this?
I found the spot.
I did too, it's 31.
What?
Oh, right there. Nice.
7. That's fine. Yeah, and jump on me. Mm-hmm. Step on me.
Tempers are rising. It's
You
clear not
can't
every-
see me.
I didn't do that. That wasn't me.
It's okay, I didn't get arrested. She was just like, hey, please don't touch that. And I was like, oh, sorry.
Step hard. Do I need to move?
No. You have to open the door, though. You have to go unlock the door.
Oh my god, there's people. They're gonna get so mad. Lockpick. I'm sure. Thanks for the quick save.
Uh-huh.
Nothing bad could possibly...
No.
Against whom?
Oh, the guy's outside? No way. How are you seeing
They can't
this?
see anything. I can't fight them.
What?
This is bugged. This is bugged to shit. Because it's considering that they can see.
Alright. Totally didn't see this coming. No, Arhan, shut the fuck up. Because this is literally the first fucking time this has happened. And there also are windows, by the way. Don't give me that shit. Also, I pointed out earlier that I stole from an entire person's house that was red, and not a single person was like, "Hey, you stole."
Yeah. Amber Squishes, welcome in. Maybe they'll come open the door for you. Maybe. I was trying to open the door. It was gonna be fine. It was gonna be great. Oh, so
That's
laggy.
actually
So
yeah, I'm
laggy.
lagging
Okay.
There it goes. It just cleared up. Okay. NPC house, yeah.
Mine still. Okay. Okay, let's try again.
Robbed that place blind while I was just crouched. Not a single person gave a shit.
Nope. Wow, it is super laggy. Holy shit.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello? Right, but I'm like, I'm just saying, I've literally done what you're complaining about before. I've stolen from the Grove, I've stolen here in Baldur's Gate, like...
Like, I'm not even sure who is seeing. I guess it's this lady. She must be looking in through the window.
It's this guy that's right here. Oh, hold on, it's wrong button. So it's this guy right here, and it's this lady right here. And she's directly looking at this window.
Ugh.
You probably went through
well,
this
maybe
one.
if I crouch.
Probably went through this door.
Yeah. I'm currently in sight.
That's fine. Then we'll just... How far was the last... for this one? Oh, here. She was dead, she wouldn't see Gigi. You're not. Wrong.
If she was dead, she wouldn't see. No one can see me. I am the night. I am stealth. I am the shadow and darkness. Which is why I've never been caught for anything ever. And nothing bad could possibly happen. Here's offering solutions, and you thought that I was a murder hobo. Oh, maybe I can do this conversation better and we won't get escorted out.
Oh yeah, try that.
Murder.
If she's on fire, she cannot see. It's true. Oh my gosh, Ray. The bot's not gonna understand your reference. Oh, okay. I guess it fucking does understand your reference.
That makes me comfortable.
I mean, okay, to be fair, like, maybe, yeah, I was like, it is a little vague. Maybe not. Maybe not. It is a smidge on the vague side. She don't know she yet.
Let's try this again.
You guys want to check in on my friend? Let's see how my friend's doing. Let's check in on him.
Oh, is this your method?
My closet.
Or closet?
It's still good.
Right.
He's still doing so good.
He's still hanging?
He's still chilling.
Forever.
Still living his best life. Yep. Forever.
Hey, listen. There's some cushy cushions in there.
He can't sit on any of them.
that you know of. You don't know what he's doing when you're not watching.
Oh yeah, when I open it, suddenly he's like, "Oh wait, I have
He's
to
like,
be still."
It's like when you hear your mom's key in the lock after you were watching TV when you weren't supposed to be, when you were home alone. It's exactly like that.
Oh, I can't even make him like sit.
Perhaps a bit of coin can make the artist go away. Ugh.
Oh, look at him. But I know I sat him on the he's on the cushion now. He's at least standing on the cushion.
Oh, good.
So his little PTs won't hurt so much.
I can't. Apparently, there's no way for me to do this.
Well, we are talking to him after we murdered a whole bunch of people. I'll sleep good tonight. Oh yeah.
What do you mean?
Yes, Edvard. Can I call you Edvard?
Why? Because a robot told you that Astarians and Narcissus robots don't know anything.
For several reasons.
You were already waiting at the other door.
Oh yeah. It's hard to convince the newspaper man that you're not bad at things when you're killing.
I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't killed anyone.
No? Not a one?
No. Lies and slander. Defamation.
Lies and slash or.
Escape to the shadows.
Karlach's not here.
Bull.
You left
Hello?
Karlach. You left Karlach.
Oh, Karlach. No, she's just right there. I don't know when I ungrouped. That's fine.
When you jumped. Okay, bot. Chill the fuck out with your sass. What strategies?
Okay, what are we doing here?
I don't know, you said you wanted to go in here. There's stuff. There's the whole basement that we can go through. There's these side rooms that we can go through.
Why can't I reach the destination? Can I not walk on this?
It's too high.
What's too high?
You're talking about this thing that's in the... This? In the air?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't. It's... Yeah, it's dumb.
It looks like a bridge. Is it not
it does,
a bridge?
but there's a... Do you see the lever right next to you?
Yeah, but...
Yeah, so it's... the game is considering it, like, in the ceiling when it's up. So you can't walk on it. It's dumb, I agree, but it's acting like it's in the ceiling when it's up. So you can't.
Okay. So do I need to jump to it?
No. Should have just walked to it. Well, I would jump to it because it's looking like there's a drop there for some reason.
I don't understand what's happening right now. I can't jump to it. It's like gray.
I may fall and die, so let's see. Nope.
Why can I not?
Breathe quiet. Move with care. I don't need.
How are you walking on that?
I just walked on it. I guess I don't understand the
Walked
question.
on how? Okay, I need you to look at my stream and see what I'm seeing.
It's down too low. It's lined up right. Can you just walk? Like, just try to walk.
No.
Just go
It says can't reach this.
What?
Destination.
Our shit is
because
not
it's
syncing.
not here. It's not.
shit
It
is-
doesn't
it's-
exist.
Our shit's not syncing, I guess, because it's
Yeah.
like you're having issues with your conversations not loading and stuff.
Oh yeah, see, yours is lined up. Mine. Oh, see, now it looks like it's.
Now it's right. Is it right for you?
Nope.
Okay.
What is the game doing today?
Well, okay. I can simply just go.
I can't do anything.
So-
I'm trapped.
You don't have permission to be here.
Right, I'll be on my way.
Okay, let me try.
What if she does it? Jumping off the side?
But here's the thing. It's considering jumping as like jumping all the way to the ground. Like if I try to jump on this, I can't. If I try to like select anything, no lowering it, I lowered it the first time. So me lowering it, I don't know if you're looking at my stream or not, but it puts it below.
And then if you try to jump on the lower, what happens? You can't?
I can't. Path interrupted. It's wanting me to jump to the ground. It doesn't consider this here at all.
Yeah, exit and re-enter the building and have it like, I mean, it's one instance. We don't have instance
Except
loading.
that it's... Save and reload?
Can.
Yeah. This has been the whole night.
I know, like, I don't mean to sound mean, so do not take this mean, but it's like, it's all on your end. So it's like,
it totally is.
Literally, like, every bug that has been happening is like...
It's 100% has been on my side, and I can't do anything about it. Alt F4 to cross walkways? Okay, listen.
Okay, how's it looking now? That's what I said. It's not an instance. The whole city of Baldur's Gate is an instance. That's why it's so fucking laggy down here. Is it working now?
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, it's lagging like shit, but it does look like I can walk on it. It's lagging like crazy.
Okay. Just give it a minute.
Okay. Nope. Okay. Right. I give up. I fucking give
Okay.
up. I don't want to go here anyway.
So the only other thing we can do is just kill them.
All of them?
Yeah.
Oh, the attitude keeps getting adjusted every time we click on something. Do you want to just annoyingly just reload the save and I'll just talk to this man again?
I'm outside though. So I'm not in this fight. So hold
mean
on.
you're
We
outside?
might have I'm out. I've already been kicked out of the building.
Oh.
So if you start a fight, I can't
Wait,
get back in.
not this most recent one. I mean like
Okay.
the one before.
Okay.
Sneak and fail for meta reasons, kill everyone. Oh shit. We're at this one.
Yeah, that was just the most recent one.
Oh, I was thinking
So
yeah, the one before.
So the one before that is the one where we went in through the ceiling.
Then
Or the one before that is the one where we just have to
'Cause there's
do
the
all
one-
of this again.
Yeah.
That's the one?
I was just gonna talk to the man. Yeah, just talk to the man.
The very first man. The one who yells
very
at you
first
and
man
was like,
inside of the-
guards!
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Because then at least we're in there together, and we know we're gonna attack, so we're just gonna fucking do it. An attitude adjustment? What are you talking about, YT? What are you talking about? Attitude adjusted. I'm fine. Disintegration? Sorry. This is frustrating. My apologies.
To me? No.
Thank you so much for the follow.
Who?
That's very kind. Thank you for following when shenanigans are afoot. Hard to do anything when you're dust. Yeah. You're so right. Oh, but there's men. There's those big men in here. Oh well, that's fine.
What big men?
The Steel Watchers.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Can I change? No,
Shenanigans are the best nanigans. Yeah. Shenaners, bananers.
Shenanigans.
I'm gonna say sorry. Who are you? We're doing our best, and by we I mean me.
Oh, I'm not doing my best? Wow.
You are doing your best, but you also know what's going on, and you're the one who's subject to my
there are 2 of these men in here, but okay.
Attempts. That's what I said. There's 2 men.
Oh, I only heard men.
Oh. I'll be snarky. Why not? Plenty of ink. Mess adventures. Your knowledge is bad.
All right, I'm gonna stay up here because there's 3 people up here.
If not over,
Probably the best. This bitch needs to fucking calm down. Ha! Fist duty.
Fist.
Duty.
Stop the presses.
The headlines are loaded into the print works already.
Print works already.
Yeah, Vox Pop Fly, etc., etc.
I believe our distinguished guest.
Goodbye. Oh, he beat me on initiative? That never happens. Okay. Sure.
Oh, this guy fucked off.
What guy?
Oh, a couple innocent people ran away. Interesting.
Good for them.
For the slaughter.
Sure. Good. I guess so.
I'm not upset about you. Let's go. What's your deal again?
Oh, that guy's
lightning
innocent.
bolt.
Okay, good to know. You're lucky, kiddo. I almost just killed you.
I have. Guess what, fucker? Killed it. Where's my where? Lightning. Get wrecked. I have to do like odd damage. And then I'm just gonna. You're immune to psychic damage, so I'm not gonna do that. And I'm just gonna run over. Actually, no. I'm gonna mock this bitch. This guy only has 6 hit points. Didn't work. Great. Don't hurt my girlfriend.
Hey, little miss. I didn't know you woke up. Hold on. Let me get
She's
you water.
maimed.
Let me do my attack first, okay? Do you mind? Do you mind horribly if I attack first?
Why? Let me rage.
Time to press ahead.
Why? Do they have Sentinel? Resistance uniform, failsafe protocol. That's gonna be fun. Both of these guys exploding. It's gonna be good. Y'all ready for this? Disadvantage. I have disadvantage on everything. It's fine. Got him. Okay. Amazing. It's probably fine. You've got a reaction whenever you're back. Cheese for everyone. I do like white tea when you do your command. It gives Pink's YouTube link.
What?
When white tea does his sound command, his sub command, it is the same as your. I think it's funny. Oh, this man's coming.
But I bet I haven't gotten a single sub tonight. YT.
Wow. Mm-hmm.
To clarify, I mean sub to my YouTube channel.
That was
just to clarify. Just to clarify.
An important clarification. Are we getting all of the guards? Alright.
Oh, I would love Jersey Mike's. If someone wants to gift me a Jersey Mike's, I would not oppose.
That sounds tasty.
Why is everybody surrounding me?
They're also surrounding Karlach, too. This bitch is getting wrecked. Let's do... I don't want to do another lightning arrow. Actually, you know what? I do, but not next to Karlach. I'm gonna do it right here so I don't hurt this innocent person. Okay, well, great. That was such a good use of everything. Let me, I guess, mock this man. I'm useless. I'm fucking useless. Great.
Miss. She's laying on the floor.
That's good.
But, you know.
That's good.
Good thing you missed.
Jesus Christ. This is going so well. Ooh, I can Misty Step out of here. Let me Misty Step up to you.
Marco Hector.
I can't Misty Step?
Why?
What just happened? It wouldn't let me Misty Step.
Did you misclick or did you not have...
Maybe. No, because it used my bonus action and now I don't have it anymore.
Did you click on yourself?
Yeah.
So you clicked Misty Step and then you clicked on yourself?
I sure did. I was stupid.
So you Misty Stepped to yourself.
Yeah. Listen.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Mystery solved, though, you know?
Mm-hmm. I was trying to bring Karlach up here to help you.
Holy shit. You just threw me down the stairs. That's like a attempted murder.
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 Jesus Christ. After everything that we've done today, is it gonna be the fucking newspaper people that kill us all?
Okay. It looks like it might.
stop attacking my girlfriend. Just gonna use lightning again. Uh-huh. There you go. There you go. That was a little bit of damage. That's nice. Can I do... Oh, I don't want to run up there. That's a bad idea. I'm doing it. Okay, well, didn't work.
Karlach, you're having a time down there with that guy, huh?
Stop hurting my girlfriend! Sure. Let's do some branding smite. And we're just gonna... It's not gonna work. Yeah. Because I'm at disadvantage because I'm maimed. Oh, sure, that one hit. You want to take a cute little potion? You want to take a cute little bonus action potion there? So cute.
So cute.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea there, bud. Okay, stop. Oh, you whore. Okay. So maybe this was a bad idea. Ring of Extra Thrust? No, that's in a different game. That's in Hades. Cool. I need this man to fucking run away. Will it not hurt my girlfriend? Why am I running? Why am I running in? Okay, no, it did hurt my girlfriend.
You just
so that's
not shoot. Oh no.
She's fine. She's just about to die. Yeah, let's try it. Didn't work. Yep. Okay, goodbye. Karlach just got straight fucked in that fight. Okay. Cool. Karlach is supposed to have persistent rage. She's not supposed to be down. This is excessive. don't think you ever added that quote. Just go. Nope, that's bad. Nope, that'll hurt. That'll hurt the man that's here. Great. You know what? At least I killed this one guy. I feel good. Everything else is bad. Ow. Okay. This bitch, her fucking blight. Why are all these oh, these are the guards. I was gonna say, why are these journalists so strong? They're not. Are you serious? Oh my, I've literally missed pretty much every attack this entire fight. God. Thank you. And now I'm gonna die. Okay. Yeah. This is going so good.
Bro, you keep commanding him, but he's on the ground. So, like...
I haven't died yet. Don't.
Maybe don't.
Don't.
That.
Oh. Okay. It appears that something terrible has happened.
Let's go.
He's not. No, he's not a cleric. He's a warlock fighter.
A warlock.
You're a cleric. I'm a cleric. Yeah. He's Vur Dodger. I think I have.
Could you stop?
Feet.
Feet. Feet. Quick. Say that.
Never mind. I'll start. Oops. Okay.
Jesus Christ. Mix it up. Broken again? Okay, no, it just doesn't. It just doesn't have one.
No, I think it's your stream. Again.
This should work.
Ring of Capoeira. Capoeira. I need to heal.
Okay, I think I'm back now. Jesus Christ. This is cursed. Absolutely cursed.
Absolutely.
Is that all you do?
Yep.
Bane's command and then stab?
Yep, up there. Oh, come on, bro. I literally can't do anything to this guy if he just keeps slamming me like that.
Well.
Fuck, how are you missing this?
I'm alive. I'm just still down. Wolf. Guard wolf.
Yeah, he's gonna kill me. Bro, just fucking chill with all that, honestly. Alright.
Hide.
Ellie, what are you crying about?
I will.
Holy shit. Holy shit. He's gonna come over and hit me though, I'm dead. Yep. Of course.
So stupid. This whole fight is so stupid. That sounded cool.
4 HP? 4. Oh my god.
Sorry, I've been absolutely useless all day. How did he miss? Okay, listen. I'm just here. I'm just a girl.
Oh no way! Oh no, it's not forever. Yeah, but it's not permanent.
I know, but that's still crazy.
At least get him out of the way for a second.
Yeah. You just gotta hold your concentration. Although apparently they're not considering that a concentration spell? Interesting. Oh, you have a fucking grapple gun? Stop saying it's my turn. I'm just here.
Ellie! Stop! It's so pathetic. Okay. He's unbanished.
Nice. You're doing great, bestie.
Thanks.
Hey, Moles, how's it going? This is ridiculous. How have I been? I've been okay.
That was a, like, very obviously blatant miss. You didn't even try. What do you mean, say what you will about Astarion? Who's saying shit about Astarion? Because they're fucking
Yeah, you
wrong.
can't speak shit about Pink's boyfriend.
Because they're fucking wrong.
Fucking wrong, mate.
Oh, okay. You're exploding now. Okay. I leave. Bye. I leave now. Bye. Fucked.
That poor man in the circle, he got murdered.
You blinded. Blinded by my arrow.
Blinded by the light. Good like a runner. Stop saying it's my turn. I'm just hanging. I would love to help. I'm just
You're doing
stable.
great. No, you're doing fantastic. Just keep passing those death saving throws.
I did. No, I succeeded forever ago. So I'm just here.
Okay. You're doing great, Bestie. You're doing so good.
Thanks. Thanks.
Let's see.
You can believe it came down to this final showdown? The final showdown of this random side quest that was just a conversation. It's the final countdown. You know, at least Astarion is just missing everything.
No, he's dodging everything.
What? Making everybody miss is what I meant. Yeah. How's my baby guitar? It's here. It is still baby. It is very out of tune because I haven't played it in forever. Yes, I know. Could go all the way.
Okay, that's fine. We'll just keep doing this, I guess. Hell yeah. And there you have it. That's how you win.
By me not doing anything, yeah.
That's how you win.
Can you let me up?
I'm coming. I'm walking the very far away over to you. Alright, let's go get me and your girlfriend back.
Yeah, sweet victory. That's it.
Sorry, and you just led your D&D party to the championships. What are you doing next? Well, I'm gonna eat my girl, but not in the way you think.
Fine.
Oh.
Fate spins
But not the way you think.
then thou must return. This
Wow.
is the price of balance. Well counted. By doom and dusk, I strike thy name from the archives. Rise.
Sounds sus. Oh, hey, thanks.
Been fucking useless today.
No.
Yes.
No.
Sure.
You've been useful.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I get us into
Edward
fights
Needle?
and then do nothing.
Oh, Etvard Needle. Well, the good thing though, Gigi, there is a positive here. I don't think that the newspaper will be coming out after all.
Great. That's all that
I
matters.
don't think they're gonna end up writing that story after all.
That's all I care about.
How about this?
What a weird way of saying I unsubscribed you from the mailing list. Mm-hmm. My favorite thing about the fact that my stream has dropped so many times is every time it happens, I lose, like, all of my viewers.
Yeah, which is weird because it's like, just wait a second and it'll refresh. Like,
But apparently it doesn't, because if I have it up on my... Yeah, my player on my stream manager has gone away, too. Like, it's fine.
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't
it's
need
black
anything.
On multi. Hold on, let me.
Yeah, it's fine. I know you're still here. You refreshed.
Not
Duh.
for
I did
communal
refresh.
use, it seems. Best show some respect.
Communal use for whomst? You? Oh, honey, I know. You did not just watch us murder all those people and you're gonna tell me I can't loot these bodies? You're gonna tell me that I can't loot these dead bodies?
Stealthily. You're not Schwab liver.
What's in here?
I'm
Schwab.
just...
Exactly. Who needs them anyway?
Certainly not I.
Gosh, I just keep finding so many more keys. Keys upon keys upon keys. Look, another fucking key. Holy shit.
Like, I have like 39 keys. It's crazy.
No, but I'm talking about in this room.
Oh, that's crazy.
That's what I'm saying. There's many a key in here.
Moles, you know I appreciate you. Don't even.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Sheet article engraved
Wow.
upon it. It speaks positively of you.
We killed them and it's not even a bad
Wait.
article? Wow. Wow, GG.
Yeah. It's fine.
Okay, I'm sending you books to read.
I don't want them talking about me anyway.
Flaming.
Let me click on all of these. Holy shit, there's so many things.
No, never mind.
Fist. What is this?
Fisted.
Fisted. I'm absorbing so much lore right now.
Wow! Lore!
Lore! Celebrate the brave heroes who slew General Ketherick.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Yeah, celebrate them.
Seems simple enough.
It's fine. I'll
Steel
just
Watchers
send
greet
these
our
to
new
King.
protectors. Public park, public disgrace. Elf song at tavern changes its tune.
So listen.
Yeah.
I may have been hasty.
With
deciding to murder everyone.
Okay, well, I might get murdered.
Why are you gonna get murdered?
There are men. Derogatory.
Are they fighting you?
Yes. It's okay though. I may be okay.
Coming.
No.
I'm
be okay.
coming.
I might be okay. I don't
Okay,
know
well,
if they
I'm
can walk
here
through these small
anyway.
doors. That's why they have to yank us off. Oh, they can just jump through walls. Right. I forgot that they can just jump through walls. Sorry.
That totally makes sense.
Sorry about that. How could I forget?
So easy to forget how insane that is.
Have you never? No, this is my first playthrough.
Oh shit! It's
There
me.
is
My
no
bad.
spoon. There is no spoon. Only fork.
Never.
Only spork.
There's never been. What do I want to fucking do here? Okay. Can you drop your sword?
No.
You could have. It could have
Alexa,
happened.
stop.
Cool. That was a good amount of damage. 7 damage. I'm helping.
Alright, so how tough is Karlach? Is she like super tough?
She's got 137 hit points.
Okay, good. It didn't hit her anyway. I was just making sure.
Great.
This is the Oracle. She's baking cookies. Yeah, I do remember.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Everything about this is fine. Let's just knock him back a teeny bit. Oh, okay.
So-
or not at all. That's fine.
Well, maybe if I just kill him, he won't explode.
No, he still explodes. You
Nope.
didn't even let me
Karlach
finish.
is
You didn't
fine.
even let me say. No, he'll still explode.
She's fine.
Well, actually, you see, he will still explode.
Turns out.
Once
Oh,
the
I can't get there
self-destruct
now.
is on. Oh, did I just block you? Hold on, I can cancel my turn. If he took a
Click
bite
thing?
of one. Oh my
that was
gosh. Ain't no way right now that you thought.
Gosh.
Ain't no way right now that you thought.
Nothing important is ever easy.
Okay. I'm just gonna
Let's go.
hang out
Stay
here.
on my feet.
You're fine.
One day, I'll catch a break.
I could try to. Here, have some sand. Oh, I hit the
Yeah,
wrong
there
one.
is no
That's fine.
spoon. That's the whole thing.
There's never been a spoon. Oh, okay. Hold on. Cancel and turn so I can scoot just a little bit back. That's fine.
Okay, now we can explore down here freely without anyone bothering us.
Best be on my way.
Anybody want to do some art?
Anyone telling us what we can and can't do?
They were gonna tell me anyway. I mean, they could, but I wasn't gonna listen anyway. Ooh, more infernal iron. Karlach, I've got stuff for you. Doesn't matter anymore, but I have it.
Not everyone subscribes to what is mine is yours.
Okay, but you see, lady, I was already down there.
We're in the basement, bitch.
No, I pushed
Fried
the
chicken
button on the
tendies?
elevator.
Oh my god, that sounds amazing. I would love some fried chicken tendies right now. You want to get some for me?
Yeah, I want some too.
Let's crack it open.
Driver,
Your lockpicking is attracting
feed
attention.
me. Okay.
Alright, where's this bitch at?
She's causing problems.
You've been spotted fiddling with that lock.
But he'll fiddle with something else. I'll fiddle with your fucking face! I said it.
Wow. Wow.
I said it.
Chicken.
Tim Ken.
RT has been summoned by chicken.
Halt, villain. In the name of Lord Enver Gortash.
Okay, but we did
What?
though.
I am like
we did
somewhere
do some
else. But I'm somewhere else entirely.
From to where that man is?
Gosh. Yes, okay. I was in the basement with you, and there was a lever, and I was like, ooh, what does this lever do? But I guess it was an elevator, and it brought me up to that hole in the ceiling that we were at. So when I tried to leave the elevator, they were like, don't touch that shit. So I teleported away because I was just gonna walk back, and now there's people here, and they're like, you're a fucking criminal. And I'm like, bro. I just
Moles, thanks for
associate with
hanging.
one. I'm not
I
actually
appreciate
one.
it. I am not a criminal. Is that believable?
Oh yeah, totally.
Do you believe me? Do you believe I'm not a criminal?
Yep.
Oh, God. She doesn't even believe me. My bestie doesn't even believe me.
Yeah.
Time to push my luck again.
The night moles. So many books. Why are you casting lightning bolt? What's going on right now?
I am in a fight. Oh my god. Oh my god.
You're in a fight?
You guys wanted some fried chicken, didn't you?
Eat.
Well, here's about 4 of them.
Did you just murder a bunch of people? What just happened? Okay, hold on. Hold on.
There's a cage of chickens.
What did you do?
I just fried a cage of chickens. I'm actually crying. There's a fucking cage of dead electrocuted chickens over here. Listen, chat was talking about fried chicken. I was just trying to deliver what they wanted.
That's amazing. Oh my god. Oh, I didn't mean to.
Yeah,
Are
this
you
is
in photo
important.
mode?
I am.
Oh, okay.
Oh god, I can't
What
believe
the
that.
fuck?
Oh, that shit is so funny. Oh my god. Hi, Azara.
That's
Welcome in. How are
ridiculous.
you? Oh my god, I actually had a tear. I was laughing so hard.
That's so fucking funny.
Oh, I fried a whole cage of chickens. I can't believe that right now. Oh god.
So that man that caused all of this bullshit that we the fight that I'm in, down here I found a note to self from him to himself that starts with "My dearest Ekbard." This fucking guy.
Yep.
I'm glad he's dead. Not the first cage of chickens I've fried, won't be the last. Oh my god. That's fucking crazy, bro. And meanwhile, I'm just down here looting the basement. Are you good? Oh.
No.
You're down.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's okay. I did that other fight. I can do this fight. I just need it. I just need a second.
Ooh.
Okay, this might not be. There's like 29 people that goes before Astarion does.
Oh god.
Okay. Oh. That's a thing?
Oh. Thank you for the stress, Righty.
I'm way too big.
I'm way
Shafted.
too big.
At the ready.
I'm way too big.
I have an idea, Vo.
An idea? Have I just barely?
That nearly ended me.
I can't stop getting in fights right now. It's fine.
Oh, see, it wasn't. They were printing a defamatory headline about me. I just need to go get the article that I left. That I sent back to camp already.
Step quick.
Or something like that.
She didn't even hit me. Okay, that's fine.
Run back to camp real quick.
Yeah, open my prison gate, you fucking idiot.
Oh, I can't. Oh, I can't go back to camp because you're in a fight. Okay.
Took all my stuff. I have to take stuff from you. They took my stuff.
I'm way too big. Go. Yeah. Okay. So So I assume we were supposed to, like, go in through the elevator, right? But for whatever reason, they could see us the whole time?
Yeah, they like to see. They like to watch.
It's dumb. That's just because you're a million feet tall, Wifey. It appears that shenanigans might be afoot.
Take you.
I'm just looting.
Damn.
Mm. Oh.
Yeah.
Well. I can bring you back. That's true, you could be.
That's so crazy that, like, enemies have longer fucking range than you do. Like, this bitch hit me with an arrow over here. Like, no. If that was me, my range would not be that far.
Right.
Yeah, but the only reason I'm in fucking jail is because of fucking unfortunate circumstances.
You're not even in jail, you're just dead. I can't go to camp.
In jail, Gigi.
You're dead in jail?
Yes. Because I got arrested. When I teleported out, I got arrested.
Oh, you were in jail?
Fighting, yes.
I thought you were just fighting on the street.
Yes, I was fighting, and then I failed that. Both of us fainted, and then instead of dying, they put me and Astarion in jail with 1 HP, and then I just had to do that whole fucking fight with 1 HP.
I just can't. Is it because I'm underground? Is that why I can't go to camp?
Is your map red?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. I'm already at camp? No, I'm not. You can't gaslight me. I gaslight you.
GG.
Yeah.
Are you looting instead of reviving me?
I was just finishing what I started. Okay.
Gigi's just gonna let my body turn cold while she's just checking all these boxes for rotten vegetables. I look over at stream and I'm like, oh, is she walking out of the place where she... No, she's looting.
No! Hold on. I'm leaving. So here's what happened is that I thought I thought there was some other reason why I couldn't because I didn't look at my map. Accurate. So sorry. So sorry. Here you go.
Thanks.
There you go, bestie.
Thanks. Oh my gosh.
This is how stream has gone today.
On my way.
Hey, Slam Dunk Dog.
Fate, dost thou require a new then thou must return? This is the price.
Read all of the things.
By doom and dust, I strike thy name from the archives.
So I need to rest and get my spell slots back because I need to go back there and get all my shit.
Wait, hang on. I have 2 more books to read. I'm in the zone. Okay. Okay, let's go.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Who's gonna interrupt our sleep tonight?
My gosh, did we actually sleep? Holy shit.
Oh. A nice, good amount of sleep.
So I may go
after
right back
murder.
into a fight. Let's see. Oh, I'm in Baldur's Mouth again. Okay, I
That's
have to
what-
go back to jail.
You have to go back to
where's
jail?
Yeah,
No.
my shit is there. They confiscated my shit.
Yeah. Why did it do that instead of... Oh my gosh.
Is it Worms Rock Prison?
Oh
It
shit.
might be the prison in the other place. No, I hit no, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
Or I can just go get arrested again.
We're doing amazing. Nothing like a good rod. You love it. You love to see it.
What is this?
Poisson?
What is this?
Ocean? What is this? Except maybe some dip. Oh my god. Boy, oh boy. I need to sell things.
Yeah, I think it's the other thing. I think I have to go back to Worms Rock. I think it's Worms Rock Prison.
This one? This one. Okay.
Philadelphia.
Yep. Ooh, I'm down to only 600 gold.
I know.
I need to sell a bunch of shit.
Could we go here? Let's see if that goes. I think we have to go into prison.
Prison?
I think. I don't know where else there's a prison.
Prison?
Croissant.
Ah.
I said croissant.
I know, but I said what I said.
Okay.
Ah.
Are they going to arrest us?
Prison Davra Levine?
Pretend I'm a fist and tell me what you were doing in the house.
Let's see.
Where'd you go?
In the prison?
You just disappeared. Which way is the prison?
The walkway that goes down.
Okay. Yeah, no, my game lagged and you had just straight up disappeared. So
Oh.
Yeah, that kind of rod.
Is this not the prison?
Is this not where you were?
I don't know what other prison there would be. Hold on, is there more cells over here? No. What the fuck else prison is there? Well, this is telling us to go here. Well, we've already been here. So... Right, we did this
Ka-chow.
already, so...
Yeah.
Why are you not?
I'm way too
Mouse
big.
hole from Worms Rock cells. This has got to be it. There was a mouse hole here.
I'm way too big.
What? Where does this
I'm
go?
way too.
So is there cells upstairs too?
Maybe.
That doesn't make
But
sense.
that seems weird. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I can use like gaseous form or something just to get up there and see.
Yeah.
No, I can't. They took all my books. Hold on. Do I know it?
I was gonna say, or do you have like
I probably know
polymorph or
it.
something to turn yourself into like a map?
No. I don't have gaseous form either. Let me see. Cleric spells. Nope. Unfortunately. I don't know where this, like, where does this lead, though? That's, wherever this leads is where I am. I think. But also, why is this still acting, like, it's acting like, find the entrance to Anzor's lair, the wormway. We have already. Here, I'll just go in here and see if it updates the quest, because we've done this.
Sure did, man.
Dragon's Sanctum.
Yeah, we kicked the shit out of that dragon.
So why is this... Hold on. Oops, that's wrong button. The Blade of Frontiers. Find the entrance. We discovered a book. Oh, because we discovered a book. That's weird. Alright, hold on. So... Let's just walk in here and see, does it update? Where's Ansur's body?
Oh, interesting.
Let's have a look.
Odd.
Odd indeed. Alright, anyway. So wherever that leads, like wherever that pipe leads is where my cell was.
Okay.
Which is why I'm
Okay.
kind of confused. So there's got to be something above then.
Right. We can check above.
Oh, very strange that it won't mark it off that we've done it. Alright, so
Yeah, that's really weird.
there's definitely... It's definitely not, because it was a bigger cell than this, and the wall next to it was starting to break. Alright, so let's try upstairs then. Weird.
Super weird.
Yeah, I don't know why there would be two prisons in here.
Let's rehearse this one.
So,
Yeah.
passageway.
Pretend I'm a fist.
So if we're in
and
Worms
tell me
Rock...
what you were doing in the house.
Well, you're
There's no other cells in here that I can see.
Broke down the door because it sounded like somebody was in trouble. Inside. The house was on fire.
Let's see, there's definitely no Rosark Fortress, passageway, thief stuff. Alright, let's go back one more time and look at the map and see if, like, I don't know where the fuck there would be a prison over here.
Right.
If a hurt ally is out
Excuse
of
me.
reach, you can throw potions at them from a distance. From a distance.
From a distance.
Yeah, I realized I didn't know the next words.
Yeah, no, I don't know the words either. I just make noises.
Okay, so let's look at the map here. Where the fuck would there be?
Map.
Would there be one here? For the barracks? No, there wouldn't be.
The only thing that makes sense is the prison.
That's what I'm saying, like... But it's not. It wasn't those cells. We
Right.
usually go, like, probably another 30 minutes is our usual cutoff time.
Mm-hmm. Because Gigi eats dinner after stream.
Have to keep going. That's not it. This isn't it, because this is the transition. I mean, the only thing I can think of is to get arrested again.
Right.
Alright, let's try this one more time.
Yeah. For sure.
Alright, and you,
Oh, I just realized-
as a rogue, don't have gaseous form or anything, right?
Nope. Nope.
Can't give up now.
Nothing that can... Ray wants to know what's for dinner.
Oh, what's for dinner? Trader Joe's orange chicken. And rice. Probably broccoli. Frozen orange chicken,
have
frozen
reduce.
broccoli,
Will that
instant
work?
rice.
We can try when we get it there.
Yeah.
Moving ahead.
Something's not right about those steel watchers. I'm telling you.
Except if you're a criminal.
Let's try going down here again.
Give you the chicken? No.
Chicken can?
No. I'm not making enough for you. You're large man. I'll give you some chicken, don't worry.
Orange Rock Prison. Okay. That's their room. So there's cells over here, and it's definitely... These were small. It was a larger cell for sure. It's not this room. Alright, let's go in the Onsor thing over here.
I've never tried the Costco brand orange chicken.
The Didn't get both of them, really? So yeah, I knew you were gonna be in the way, Stallion, but you stood there, so.
What a nerd.
Alright, I have enlarge reduce. I don't think that'll go enough, but we'll see. I'm not way too big. I could squeeze if I wanted to.
You could totally shimmy shake. Oh no, Kirkland brands are good because they're like the brands. They like contract with the actual brands for the most part to like actually make it so it's pretty much like the same as like where other brands get their supplies from. I like Costco.
Alright, I guess I'll get arrested. Like, I don't know what else to do here.
No. I don't know how to help you if you get arrested. I mean, I guess
but
I
I
could
can't,
come too.
like, I mean, I have the majority
You
of
want
my
more food?
spell slots now. Hmm?
Yeah.
Oh.
I was just like, I don't know.
God
I mean,
is
I guess
fast
if I get
asleep
arrested too,
in
then.
attendee. Welcome to Worms Rock Prison, the fifth nail, we jail. What's your business? Last cell. Hang on. Should have been locked.
Oh,
should have been locked.
No.
I mean, target is too far. She's right in front of me.
You were witnessed assaulting someone.
Acquiesce to call of prison. Okay. This is a different cell. What? Now I'm even more confused because this is a fucking different cell.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll come get you.
Very, very interesting. I'm so confused now. So I think I have to get arrested in Lower City and see where they take me there. Which is so
probably.
ridiculous. Oh my god.
We got it. We got it.
It wouldn't be a big deal if like all my spells were gone and like
Right.
you know.
Everything.
Right. Like I could almost do without my weapon. Like that's kind of whatever. Alright, so we can't get out here. We have to go back through Answer, I think.
Oh,
Or did she
because
fall back
she'll see
asleep?
you and be like, I don't know. Let me find out. No, she's awake.
The guard prepares to attack.
Fugitives are okay, it's just the one. It's easy peasy.
Oh.
Blood comes easy these days.
I'm doing great.
Best be on my way.
This poor girl is like just woke up from a nap.
She's like, I'm just doing my job. Oh, just you.
Oh, come
Why?
on.
Survival
Oh.
is all that matters.
Really? So sorry, brother.
I'm not. I'm not.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
I've never been sorry.
See how dangerous this goes. Okay, they didn't even know we committed murder. That's fine. We're fine.
They didn't
Everything's
even
good.
know?
They didn't even know.
That's good. That's good and great.
Oh, remember my party's not ready.
Broke down the door because it sounded like somebody was
They just wouldn't let me go.
inside.
I spoke to a witness.
Mighty, what did you have for dinner? I felt like I asked that, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I just thought it and didn't say it out loud.
You didn't have chicken?
What happens in Lower City Prison South Hallway number 3 stays in Lower City Prison South Hallway number 3.
Alright, so you might want to go elsewhere so I can go get arrested.
Yeah.
There's a steel watch guy. Guard or anyone. I need to assault someone.
So much, there's so much lag. Okay.
Here, I thought I'd take.
Pesto ravioli, spicy Italian sausage. Right.
You were witnessed assaulting someone.
Yum.
Heapside Prison. Where is Heapside Prison? Okay. Oh, it's literally just me, and I can fast travel out of here? I can't fast travel out of here, but that's not red. Okay. I see.
I have no idea where you are. You're not on the map.
Alright, let me see. I'm in Heapside Prison. Cannot fast travel from this area. Okay. Let me see who's left. There's this girl who's got full health. This guy who's got full health. This girl. So these all have full health now. But it's just me now, not even Astarion. Ooh, wait. Hold on a second.
Wait to tick? Can I jump up here? Too high. Can Misty step though.
Can I
Feels
punch this?
silly to use.
It does do damage. It's so funny.
Oh my god. Just let me Misty step to here.
Okay. So we're out of that one now.
Time to press ahead.
There's
Oh,
my
hello,
shit,
random
probably.
journalist. Journalist.
Journal.
Journalist. Just gonna do a quick little adjustment of the newspaper.
Everyone else minds their business. I'll be fine. Don't waste a step.
Don't even
Escape
worry
attempt has been
about it.
spotted. This might be a good time to return to your cell.
Absolutely.
+1, +5.
This is gonna be this one.
15.
Yeah. Insert.
You prove hard to argue with.
Amazing.
Okay.
Never wanted the easy path.
Now.
Okay, we changed the
I'm
newspaper.
out of the prison cell and I've talked my way out. Now, how do I get my shit
Yay!
without getting caught is my question. She's like looking at me.
Can you sneak?
She's looking at me.
Why is this gray? Oh my god.
I mean, there's only 3 of them left. I could potentially kill them.
You want to save first?
Well, yeah, but also I might like I kind of want to see if I can figure out where I am.
Yeah.
Heapside
No, for sure.
prison. Heapside prison. Well, Heapside Strand is down here. So Heapside prison might be about.
You're
this
right.
way?
You do have a paper to run. You're the only one left. There's nobody else.
Please, kind sir, can you spare a few coins to feed my son?
What's this?
Amazing. What? Oh. Karlach, where are you? How did you become ungrouped? Girl? What? What?
Okay, so this is Heapside Strand. So Heapside Prison, like logistically, like would it be over here somewhere?
Okay, what can we do?
Oh wait, I don't think I can go over here because this guy's gonna want to talk to me about that other quest, which we're not doing yet.
Just retrace our steps.
Tabernacle.
Do you remember which way we came?
Left, right.
There's so much to
Alright, hold on.
explore.
Why am I doing it this way? I can leave. I'm free to leave, and then I can walk back in. Where's the exit? Over
Better not
here.
be cursed.
I could go exploring over this way. Oh, I could go to one of these. Oh, hello.
Okay. Oh, the Basilisk Gate Barracks is where it is.
Oh.
I mean,
well, we know now.
Is that what this is?
Of course.
Which means I can bring Astarion there, and that means I can fight them.
Do you want me to come too?
Yeah, come fight them.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's me. Come fight them.
Yeah, let's go fight. Oh my god. I want to fight.
For who?
Also, there's this quest in here when you talk to this lady.
Okay. Prison entrance.
Told you about 8
Yeah,
times
let's
now.
do this first, and then, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go kill them. There's only 3.
With
Okay.
haste.
I'm down.
No traps,
Wait,
please.
hold on. Wait. Is this mine? So then what's the evidence chest? Oh my gosh. So this is... Okay, I have my stuff. Hilarious. So what's the evidence chest then? I still want it. I still want to see. I still want to see what's in evidence. Alright.
Which one is evidence?
The one that's over in the little corner. I'm kind of behind-ish. Behind me.
Oh, this one right here?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So
Astarion, I need you to move. I'm sneaky right now.
grab that.
Astarion, I need you to move.
That goes to Astarion. Type. You.
Oh yeah, I'm sneaky right now. I can. Oh, she's not looking. Nothing.
There's nothing
in
there.
it.
That's absolutely hilarious. But I got my shit anyway, so whatever.
Ads? No. No ads. Who could even possibly have ads?
No, wait. Ads are disgusting.
Disgusting.
Okay, I just have to literally put everything back on, equipment-wise, and then...
Get west.
I guess we're good.
But we were all here to support you, bestie.
I still wanted to kill them, but that's
We can. Do you want to kill them?
No.
Can't slow down.
I'm gonna kill them in a minute, though, because I want to go in this door that we haven't opened.
Okay.
This is lockpicking impossible, so we got to get a key from somebody.
Probably from murder.
Well, I did do a little murder before.
Do you want me to help you murder?
Yeah, if you want.
Bestie, I will always help you murder.
Thanks. Oh yeah, walk into it. Walk into it. Walk into it. I was gonna try to put a thing down on the floor, but no one will walk into it. There we go. You've been warned. Oh, you've been warned with a blizzard on your head. You've been warned.
Drop your weapon? She didn't drop her weapon, but
no, she said no.
Okay. Get fucked. She fell down.
Oopsies.
Oopsies. Fell down was a little bit slippy.
You're banished, bitch.
Light on my feet.
Bitch.
Bitch, you're banished. Oh, move. Can you back up?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
I'll get this one instead. Bonus action.
Murder.
Oh, wait. That man's gonna come back, right?
Eventually, probably. Unless we do, does he stay banished if we kill him? Kill this other one before?
Only if he's from a different plane.
Over here.
If in actual Dungeons and Dragons.
Well, he can be from these nuts. Oh, nope. He shall return.
He's not here.
I know.
We just kind of gotta wait, I guess.
He's back.
Oh.
He's back. Bees! Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? What'd you get into today? Some Hunt Showdown, eh?
Eh?
Eh? If you need to raid and run or do any post-stream care, please take care of yourselves. Otherwise, give me a second to kill this robot. And then we'll do raid stuff. We're gonna kill this robot first. Or at least turn him into self-destruct mode.
Bitch. Critical miss, but also not at the same time, question mark?
Because it's 3 hits. So one of the 3 of them critical missed.
Gotcha. I'm smart.
Listen, Cairn?
Like,
I've seen people play that. It looks cool. Looks like scary in the sense that, like, oh my god, doing that in like, real life is probably really scary. But it seems like a fun game to play. It's like a really creative idea, I think. I've never seen something like that done before in a video game.
A vidya
game. A vidya game. He's probably gonna explode very, very soon.
Which is great because I'm currently still immobile.
Oh yeah.
It's fine.
So, if maybe you can kill him. He only has 22.
Maybe.
Oh.
Oh. Turns out. Turns out.
Mm-hmm.
Turns out.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, dash? No. Well. I'm just gonna get a lot of damage.
I'm sure it's fine.
It's Karlach. She'll be fine.
Yay!
Another step forward.
Okay, I'm gonna do raid stuff. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hi, hello, raiders. Welcome in. How is everybody? How was your stream? If you need to raid and run, if you need to do any post-stream care, please take care of yourselves. Otherwise, hello, hi. My name is Krista, or Pinxel. Most people just call me Pink. I'm a variety streamer, and I play whatever the heck I want. Today and every Saturday, I am playing Baldur's Gate with my bestie, Giant Geyser, a.k.a. Gigi. This is week 14, 15, 16, something along those lines. 14? Anyway, we've been doing it since November, every Saturday since November. Lots of fun. Not my first playthrough. This is my like 22nd playthrough of something absolutely outrageous and uncalled for. This is her first playthrough, so no spoilers in chat if you've played Baldur's Gate. Anyways, I have a little video that I like to show just in case you've never been here before, you don't know what to expect, and you're just like, who is this random person that I have been raided into? Well, I hope you enjoy this little trailer, and I'll see you in a moment. Hi, I'm Pinxel, and I'm here to help you find your true love. Step 1, card sleeves. Bitches love card sleeves. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. Bigfoot needs to poop? Wait, excuse me?
Why are you so excited for this?
I peed my pants on stage for 30 seconds to Mars. Pancakes are a planet! Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. It's beautiful.
GG. Oh.
You have to put your mouth on the wiener. My poisoned butt plug.
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Look at the sunlight on my little hairy little butt cheeks. Oh my god, she's gaming! Let me help you. Oh, don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up?
Hey kid, you want some games?
I look like the kid from Stranger Things. I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. That feminine urge to step on the mine. It'll save you hundreds of money by switching to doo-doo poo-poo.
We are having fun!
Guys, for legal reasons, please do not set your dick on fire. Might not even cut off your dick. If there's somebody in your house that has a dick, no one's safe. I keep finding these boners. I just want to be beautiful like her. Oh, okay. Well, I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him.
You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Listen, it's hot out there for a hoe, okay?
That's a lot of shit. So much for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good stream. And like I said, if you need to raid and run, by all means. Otherwise, I'm gonna
so much stuff.
Rejoin GG. So much stuff. I'm back.
I've just been looting. Oh wait, here's a couple of spells that I found.
Oh yeah, send them to me.
Yeah. Spells.
Okay.
I got a key, by the way.
To go to Astarion. These go to Astarion, and these go to Astarion. Despair of Alfkatla.
Alfkatla?
Alfkatla. Okay.
I can sell all of this shit.
We can continue.
Yeah. I've just been...
You looted, like, I'm assuming you looted everything in here. Did you talk to this rat named Skittle?
No. There's a rat named Skittle!
Yeah.
No!
I'm going to go talk to him before you.
Go talk to him.
Before you can't talk to him. I'm going to talk to him first. Come here, Skittle.
What's up for discussion?
Where is he?
A new client?
A new client?
Ratterly.
Oh,
Some
my
call
God.
me the Great Collector. Others, the Merchant of Mysteries. But you, my friend, you can call me Skittle. Step up and marvel at the spectacular
You can
wonders on
call
offer.
me Steve.
No way. This bro really is he's a vendor.
What? I have so much shit I could sell. How much coin does he have?
2. So feel free to sell him your shit. He has 6 spells, a dagger, a thieves' tool, a elixir of universal resistance, and an oil flask. And that is it. And 2 gold.
I'm so happy. Naturally.
I wonder if anybody else in the game... I wonder if anyone knows the Skittle is a vendor. I'm looking this up right now. I'm looking at Baldur's Gate Skittle. BG3 Skittle. Okay, it's a secret pun-loving talking rat vendor found in the Basilisk Barris in Baldur's Gate.
Hilarious.
It's as if the barter menu bugs use trade or kill him to get the items. Oh.
How could you? Skittle is my best friend. Door. Oh yeah, this one doesn't need the key. I haven't gone in here yet. Basket of apples. Guess what I got from there?
What? Apples?
Apple.
Yeah.
Apples.
Apples. I can't believe that again. New thing. Never found Skittles the rat before. But also was never imprisoned before, I don't think, that I can remember.
I love it. The upper city is to be closed off.
Oh yeah, what's this door we can't open? Did you get a key?
I did. I'm looting this room.
Ah, there it is.
Oh.
Barracks
Okay.
office key. Ooh, the thing inside of it is locked, though.
Okay, I'll get it. My purpose! My one true purpose! Ooh, this chest is locked. Can't keep me out. Can't keep me out.
Can't keep me out.
Ugh.
Gosh, it's so bad. You're gonna open.
And oh, I
Where
got
are
a couple
you?
of good arrows.
Oh, okay.
Got ink, a wine goblet,
Wine goblet.
a half-eaten apple,
Half-eaten.
half-eaten apple. All right. Stacks of scrolls. There's no scrolls. Stacks of scrolls.
Scrolls.
All right, all right.
Open this
Let me
gate.
I'm gonna open it.
Open this gate, eh? It says there's nothing in this chest, which will be very funny if there's nothing in this chest.
There's health potions in the chest.
Interesting.
It lied.
It lied. It says it was opened.
It says it.
It says
Now
it.
It says empty.
I'm
It says empty now.
Ringo.
I'm Ringo.
Alright. Now I think we've gone everywhere in the prison.
Yeah. I have so many thieves toolkits now. If I ever fuck up a blockpicking check, I am set for
and then this one.
days.
8 times now.
What lady?
The lady
Sorry.
yelling.
Is missing.
Fucking yelling. That one. The red hair, the blue. Yeah.
How many times do I need to say it? You sent word about a lead. Said that I should come see you about it.
Of course, madam. Let me just... Forgive me. Why are you here?
Is this some kind of sick joke? Do you have any idea what I've been through these past few days?
What is going on here?
My daughter Vanra, my little girl, she's missing. This stupid, useless fist said she had a lead,
Oh.
but she must have been stuck in Dream Mist or something.
Madam, tell me.
Damn.
You said she was
This is odd. I am covered in blood.
from a tavern?
You catch the barest tendrils of magic coiled around the flaming
Barest? What are you talking about? That was obvious.
Blushing mermaid down by the docks. I told you 100 times. Why aren't you listening?
Her eyes are very blue. Well, let's see what happens. I'm not very smart. Oh,
okay.
Someone,
Oh.
something has tampered with her memory.
What were we discussing?
What is happening? I feel like I'm going mad.
Nonsense, I'm fine. Madam, tell me why you're here.
Girl.
And I will assist.
God, you're right. Something's wrong with her.
Yeah, she was hiding it so well.
We've no family, and Vanra's father isn't around. The flaming fist was my last resort.
Last resort.
I'm so afraid.
My last resort.
I'm so tired. I've been looking
Girl,
night and
don't
day
I know it.
everywhere I could.
I'll help you find your daughter.
Thank you. I haven't slept or eaten since she disappeared.
I found a half-eaten apple downstairs. Would you want it?
Her name is Vanra. She's 7 years old and has red hair, like me. We were in the Blushing Mermaid when she was taken. Just up by the docks.
I gotcha.
No, unless you count a couple of old drinking mates at the next table. But
This
they'd be no help.
big-ass city, I'm
They
sure it'll
barely
be
remember
easy to
their own
find a
names.
child.
He was sober though.
Do you want
I
a
swear.
different redheaded child?
I stop in the maid for a drink sometimes.
I can find so
But it was
many.
only a quick one. Of course. The front of house, Bosun Gannet was there, and the owner of the Blushing Mermaid,
Bosun
Captain Grizzly.
Gannet?
Neither lifted a finger to help me look. It was awful. Thank you. I'll head home.
Okay,
Can't
what did she
stumbling
say?
around these idiots any longer. Come find me
Vanra?
the moment you hear anything.
What's the name of the little girl that's in our camp? I actually don't know. Yenna. Okay.
Say Vanra. Yeah. I was like, it's something similar, but it is not that. Ooh, what's in this door? This door's not red. Hello? Oh. Hello, cook? You're fisting the bellies? What?
Fist in the bellies.
Can I steal this cheese? And this mushroom soup? What's in this burlap sack? I was stealing some potatoes.
I'm leaving before I get arrested again.
Garlic. No, don't worry. The cook is busy. He's not looking. Got a cabbage. KKK. We're done. Ooh, there's another door. Oh, it's this door behind this lady. Okay.
Yeah, it's red.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's red.
It's so red. What time is it? 11? God, I feel like we didn't do shit today because we spent the whole time dealing with tech issues.
Well, I spent a lot of time doing fights that weren't really.
What do you mean?
The
They're all
story?
necessary.
I didn't say necessary. I just said working towards the story.
I changed the newspaper. So it wasn't unnecessary because they weren't printing that article. The one that was favorable.
Unnecessary. I just said it wasn't advancing the story.
Like advancing the story. We've got all these other quests to do.
Right. Had no benefits to any quests that we had.
Yes, I agree, Mr. Needle. They are
What
ugly.
do you
Depraved
mean?
too, in my estimation.
160?
Oh, I talked to that person.
Didn't mean to talk to them. I don't care about any of these people. We talked to Vincent Fentiman. His name is Vincent.
When I think
Oh
about
my God.
the poor refugees starving in Rivington,
I
could just weep.
I believe I'll drop.
Okay, this fucker. Phoebelia.
Vincent here is a wastrel and a scapegrace.
Fair enough. Is this the thing that we need to do for Astarion?
Oh, this is part of it, but we don't have enough money. How much money do you have? 6. I have 3. We have 1,000. Alright, we might need to sell some stuff.
I need to sell so much stuff.
Alright, so maybe we go find somewhere to sell before we do this.
Okay.
Well, he's a tavern. He might have some. Might have some money.
I can go back to these vendors. They might have money again.
Pull up a seat.
Oh.
It's
Anything
been
to
slim
try?
picking.
Aye, aye. Aye, aye.
He's got $1,200. Alright, so let me sell these that I can.
Oh,
and then
wow,
I have to go back to
okay.
camp.
Fill your boot.
What do you mean less than welcome presents? We've done nothing to warrant this treatment.
Who said that? I will
The
end them.
dialogue.
I will end them.
How much money you got? Dareth.
Your Excellency.
We already had
Welcome
this.
back.
We
What can I
had
do
this
you for?
conversation. Maybe we reset.
It's been slim picking since the
Yeah, remember
absolute
we
butcher
reset like
that
everything we
supply
did
convoy.
when we got here.
Okay. She has 12
Fill
gold.
your boots.
Okay, so I will not be selling to her.
Right, no, they're poor. They are very poor. She's the lady from the Underdark where you tried to kill her husband.
Yeah.
remember? They poke.
Okay.
Okay, am I wrong?
I didn't mean to try to kill her husband. It just happened. I wasn't aware that there was a person in there.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And I was just trying.
Okay. So you tried to manslaughter this man.
I attempted, in a very logical manner, to try to clear a way to get to where we needed to go. It's not my fault he was hiding amongst the things that were explosive. Travel back to camp real quick. I'm not gonna travel back to camp real quick. There you go. Grab some shit, sell some shit.
Grab some shit, sell some shit. Grab some shit,
Grab
sell
some shit, sell some shit. Dee-dee-bee, ba-ba-doo.
Ba 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 ba.
Ba-boo.
I hope
Ba-bop.
I never get a husband, so you don't kill him. Where's the waiter?
Waiter baiter. Oh my god, I've got all this lovely rotten food. Also, that's the man.
Where's the bartender? He disappeared while I was trying to buy shit from him.
Rude. So much shit.
Okay, do I like leave and...
Oh, that's right. I've got Lazel's stuff in here. I'm like, why do I have a full ass backpack? That's gonna be way too much for me to carry.
Like, where did he go, though?
Carrying capacity exceeded. What?
Oh, he's here. He's just invised. Okay, that's a thing, I guess.
Welcome back. What can I do
Sure.
you for? It's been slim pickings since the Absolute butchered that supply convoy. But have a look.
Oh.
Fill your boot.
Got pulled into your
Welcome back.
conversation, even though I'm
What can I
back
do
at
you for?
camp.
That's it. If we get you, you can have the whole upstairs floor until the top floor's all your.
Yeah.
The mid.
Yay!
The
Go to
mid.
camp now. Go to camp now.
I'm in camp. I've been in camp.
No, leave it. Oh, wait. What? Why is it doing that? We have a new
Doing
camp
what?
now. Oh, because you're still here, maybe? We have a new camp now.
Okay. I'm not there.
No, I know, because you're at the regular camp, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that's why when I went to go teleport there, it didn't bring me to the new one.
Oh.
I think.
Gotcha. Camp.
Hey, Wolfie.
Hi, Wolfie. Everything's going great. This has all gone well and according to plan.
Hello.
How was Universal? Okay. He does not have enough money for all this shit, but that's okay.
Oh, you're not at
The
camp
usually means
anymore?
it's not going great? Wow, what do you mean?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We have the new camp and I love it so much.
Nice, nice, nice. I'll be right there.
Your legs are dead, I'm sure.
Dead.
I love that Astarion and Will are bunk
What's inside?
bunk mates. Bunk besties.
Bunk besties. Insufficient gold. What, you mean you can't take all of this?
You call
Rude.
out, but there is no answer.
They don't operate at night? Doesn't even make sense.
Of course, now you're home, you're fine. Yeah, I know how that goes.
Yeah, it's because you got your second wind too late.
Nice, 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 nice. Okay. Can I get one more? Hell yeah, he is down to exactly $0.
Let's go.
I now have 3,000. Okay. I don't need to know your sleeping arrangements. How much money does Fitz have?
I'll take that.
2,100. I can sell more shit.
Oh my gosh.
What?
It's just funny. I ran out of stuff to sell and the guy still had money left over.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is ours.
Foraging is a thing of the past in the Elfsong Tavern. To purchase camp supplies for resting, simply visit the Dumbwaiter Hatch.
Yeah, but they don't operate it at night, apparently.
Rude.
I know.
This is lovely.
It is lovely.
At least they accommodate our pets.
Oh, we have the whole, yeah, we have the whole top floor.
This is a pet-friendly tavern. Oh, let me resort.
I mean,
dude, I have so much shit. The music is lovely.
It's lovely.
Never heard this music before.
What? That's crazy.
It's crazy. You crazy girl.
Oh, I want this dress though.
Cute dress?
Yeah, but we can't have.
Why?
It's on a mannequin.
Can we not buy it off the rack?
No, it's on a mannequin.
A mannequin?
It's not for us, it's on a mannequin.
Well, the mannequins don't
Cheat
even
ourselves to get a fan from LA exit because both of us need to go. Oh my gosh, that's the worst.
Oh, that's awful. I am assuming because you said almost that you were able to find
Right, that you
respite.
did not indeed actually pee your pants.
Thank you, YT. Look at all this shit I can sell. Do you want to read any books?
Oh, I already have the 100 book achievement.
Okay, great. Cause
as long as somebody's reading them, so like if there's any quests attached to them, that we get it.
I think I've read all of these.
Well,
I'm 96% certain I've read all of them.
that 4% makes me uncomfortable.
Well, do you want me to spend the
No.
next 30 minutes clicking on all
No,
of these
I'm
books?
so obviously joking.
I know you are. I know you are. Do. Leaving anything that's orange. Don't worry. Right, this one. Karlach, do you think you can handle all these books?
Oh my gosh.
She's so strong.
She is very strong.
Let's have a look at myself.
Throw. Yeah.
Let's have a look at myself.
Jesus.
Did it break? It doesn't break.
There's
That's
so many. There are so many books. This is insane.
Okay, well, I broke that. That's fine. Made with a duster.
Bedrolls. A black diamond. I'm gonna keep that. That's pretty.
Not bad. I've had better days. And worse ones.
Not bad. I've had better days.
Alright, alright, alright. That's probably plenty. We'll see how much money that gives us. Probably not that much since it's like all books.
Yeah, books are like 1 gold each.
Well, there's a lot of them.
Okay, it's still like 1.
We'll see. Right out. Can take an eye right out.
Right
oh,
out.
There's some jewelry in here. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Oh yeah, bestie. Oh yeah.
Why is Gale not registered here? Oh, he
She
is.
being
You just
a
have to get
little
closer, okay.
bitch.
No,
Okay.
no, no. No.
No. Perfect, actually. She has 165 gold left after all that.
Nice.
Okay, thanks. Back to camp. What? It's 11:30.
Yeah, let's rest.
Yeah. This is lovely.
I know, I love this. I didn't find this my first playthrough, and there's a very funny story why. So,
why?
Because not a conversation, not one that like we spoke to each other and had. The very first time I walked into this place, Astarion just said, like, you know, like just normal conversation, like that's when you're walking. Astarion said something along the lines of like, he has bad memories here, like he turned a lot of like his victims here, he has bad memories here. And it was my first playthrough, and I was like, that's okay, baby, we don't have to go in here. And I like turned around and I walked out.
That's hilarious. No.
That's okay, honey. We don't have to.
That's okay, baby. It's so fine. Oh my god, baby, no.
We can leave. We're
Fine.
leaving right now. Don't worry.
It's
We're
okay.
leaving.
I'll protect you, baby.
And I was playing with Bubbles one time, and I was like, I keep seeing like all these clips of this really cool like red room and stuff like that. And Bubbles was like, yeah, you buy a hotel room at like the tavern. And I was like, what tavern? She was like, the elf song. And I was like, oh, so listen about the elf song.
So here's the thing.
Will wants
You're
to
just
talk.
a baby. Will always fucking wants
I
to
know.
talk. What do you want? The same conversation we've had like 1,000. Yeah, let's talk. Oh, the same conversation. Get the fuck out of
Okay,
here.
good. Go to sleep. Go to bed. Hi, Faded.
Hello.
Sadly, you're catching us right at the end of stream, but I hope you had a good day.
Yeah.
Well, I can keep streaming. Gigi is not going to keep streaming.
Gigi's not gonna keep streaming. Gigi tired.
Tired.
I'm tired. I'm eating.
I'm tired and you got to eat.
Yeah. I gotta eat and sleep. I have a split end here that's fucking crazy, bro.
Chop that shit off.
Cut it off.
Cut that
I just
shit
got
off.
my haircut. I
It
just got
happens,
my
bro.
haircut. It drives me crazy. I hate when that happens. It's fine.
It happens.
Like
All right,
3 weeks ago.
bestie.
Okay, bestie. Do you want to grab a picture before we like go or?
Oh no, I've just
Oh,
been
we closed it.
I've just been
Okay.
finding random places in the games and doing them before I post them. If I'm being honest.
That's totally fine.
Yeah. Just because we've been going late and all that. Bye. Yeah, bye.
Bye.
Do you want to ride day with me?
Sure. Sure. Let me get this fucking laggy piece of shit closed. It's fine. We're good.
I'm putting it in chat.
In chat. Thank you.
This is his name. His
chat.
name is Day. He is on the Firekeepers. He is German, but he is very cool.
It's German.
He's German.
It's German.
He's German. Okay, I set it up.
Yeah.
Set it up.
Okay, friends, I will next be live on Monday.
I'll be live tomorrow, and then probably every other day until I find a job. Teehee.
Teehee. Teehee, haha.
Teehee, everything's fine. Haha.
Everything's great.
time.
Here, look, let me press all of these buttons. Boop and boop and boop and boop. Do whatever you want.
Yeah, any of the above, or don't. I don't care.
Pick a message.
All right, guys.
Whoever applies to you.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Okay, goodbye. 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 I love you. Goodbye.